I eat cutlet parmesan so that I can gaze upon Angelina. Angelina, the waitress at the pizzeria. I keep zooping minestrone just to be with her alone. Angelina.
Angelina,
the waitress at the pizzeria.
At the pizzeria.
Hey, where you been? Angelina, I adore you. Hey, where you been? Angelina, I live for you. Hey, on passion. That set my heart on fire. But Angelina never listens to my song. I eat antipasta twice just because she is so nice, Angelina.
Angelina.
At the pizzeria. If she'll be my Caramia, then I'll join in matrimony with the girl who serves spumoni. Angelina will be mine. I eat cutlet parmesan so that I can gaze upon Angelina.
Angelina.
Angelina, the waitress at the pizzeria. I keep zooping minestrone just to be with her alone. Angelina. Angelina, the waitress at the pizzeria. She will you been? Angelina, I adore you. She will you been? Angelina, I live for you. And passion, you have set my heart on fire. But Angelina never listens to my song. I eat antipasta twice just because she is so nice, Angelina.
Gotta be careful with those carbs.
Angelina, the waitress at the pizzeria. If she'll be my Caramia, then I'll join in matrimony with the girl that serves spumoni. Angelina will be mine.
Wowzers. Thank you so much again. JDMTL, thank you so much for the song request. By the way, my pizza girl, her name is actually Julie. Shout out to Julie. She is cool. Julie, she helps at the local pizza place. She's a great waitress and great help there at the pizza place. Guys, let me know what your favorite pizza is in the chat while we're getting ready over here. Just everybody calm down, be cool. We're starting the show. The watch crime is back. I can't believe it, but it is. It has been a crazy burglary up in the Hollywood Hills, and also a good friend of the show has made a compilation, a few other robberies that took place around Paris and around Europe. It's quite wild. So we're also gonna have a good friend of the show, John. Some of you know him from his appearances on Oshin's channel. He's a great guy, and we're gonna chat about how can watch collectors stay safe. To be honest, I don't know if there's anything that you could do except have insurance, and then if you're getting robbed, just give up your watch, because from what you'll see, it's pretty nasty and vicious. It kind of actually put me. I was a little bit, as you can see. It's been a downer episode. I need to cheer me up, okay, guys. I need to cheer me up. The link is in the chat if anybody wants to hop on and chat with me. We're gonna just real quickly here. We're gonna take a look at the state of the market, which is it's effed. I mean, it's expensive. What the hell? Panda Daytona, 30,900. Damn, the prices are still high. No wonder thieves are on the rise. I think there might be actually a lot more robberies going forward because it's just weird stuff. It's weird. The market is acting really weird, and it's not just the wristwatch market. It's car industry and housing industry. It's all really, really effed over there, and nothing is selling. People, well, European watch company, I think is going to be safe. They provide excellent service, but I'm talking about the mini dealers that don't have a really good client base. It's going to be hard. And after we watch some of these robberies, it's let's just watch some of these robberies, and you guys will understand that we actually have to take a lot more precaution with our watches than we actually were. I'm kind of freaked out. There was a guy who got his ass beaten for a Rolex watch. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want to get my ass beaten in any way, shape, or form. Oh, hey, we got collector, investor. Hey, collector, investor. Just a real quick question for you.
How
Hey,
you
hello?
doing?
Hey, you there? Hey,
Yeah.
have you, do you have any desire to get your ass beaten over a watch?
Uh,
It's not on your
no.
bucket list, right? No, I get it. Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. It's pretty tough out there, collector, investor. If you want to collect and invest, you gotta buy smart and you gotta buy for the right reasons. So we're gonna look at some disasters that could happen to collectors, and then we'll have John on to answer some questions. So yeah, just stay tuned. Let's say hello to the chat. JDMTL, thank you so much for continuing to request the songs. You guys are waiting for pizza, Timmy. My guys are waiting for pizza. Pizza is
I only
great.
wear Timexes out in public.
Are you afraid that somebody is going to rob you if you wore a fancy watch?
Yeah, around the United States, maybe.
Really? Okay.
There's a lot of shoplifters and all that out there right now too, in certain areas of the United States.
Would it be a specific watch or some low key pieces? You're pretty safe to wear.
Low key pieces like a Timex or Casio.
What about the Explorer 2 Polar? That's not low key, right? That's just I'm lying to myself.
I could wear that. How much does one of them cost?
Well, it's dropped in price, but it's around 10 grand. It's not gold though. It's like you have to know. But if the thieves know, then you're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
By the way, we got John in the chat. He said he's gonna be on in a few minutes. Okay, and we might actually even have Oshin join us. At that time, a collector investor, I'm gonna drop you off and I'll bring you back up. Okay, a little bit later because.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope it's cool.
You can put me in the
I'll put you in the back room.
back room.
Okay. Stephen L., who's been a member for 18 months, he says, upvote and congratulate England for reaching the EUFA Euro 2024 finals. Ole, 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 right? You watch soccer? Probably not. JDMTL, also thank you so much for your request for the end of the song, the request for closing credits, Nathaniel Ratliff and Night Sweats, S-O-B. Okay, I got you. Sergio999 says, watch thieves Watch Thieves. Yeah, I don't know. Did I spell it correctly? Let me see here. Burglars, ransack Hollywood Hills, home in multi-million wristwatch heist. Watch Thieves. Okay. Mark the Shark is in the chat. What's up, Mark? How's it going? Thank you so much for reminding everybody to upvote the stream while we're getting ready over here. Whoops, something happened to Collector Investor. Well, Collector Investor, just jump on in like 2 hours. We'll probably be done with the main subject. We got 209 says, Mamma mia! I agree. Ryan Chamberlain Paul was slating Sheen in one of his recent lives. Ah, that's hilarious. Paul Thorpe is still going after Sheen. I find it to be very fascinating that they're still going at each other. We got Kaloy Costco Pizza. Actually, Costco Pizza is really good bang per buck. Probably, if you're hungry, it's probably most filling pizza on the market, especially their meat lovers. We got Rufus. Your new setup sounds great. You got going for you. Thank you. I'm glad you're liking the new setup. I posted a picture on my Instagram. It's a lot cleaner now. I'm gonna be able to get some maybe work done because all the clutter, it weighs on my mind. Mikey Casio GTR says it's better XPR2, the white dial. UNHR, your watch is better, Timbo. UNHR, your watch. Well, who the fuck gifted me a membership? Hey, I think that was probably my watch channel. It's a great guy. Make sure, if you see him in the chat, make sure to thank him. He's been saving grace of this channel, keeping me going during the tough times. It's been hard. Somebody in the chat was saying, what the heck happened to the channel? Well, it's just hard. We got a kind of a tough times. It's oh yeah, here we go. Al says, what the fuck happened to this channel? It's hard, man. It's wristwatches is not a hot topic like it used to be when the watches were kind of, breaking new records in pricing every day, but it's still a cool hobby. There's still a lot of stuff available, and also I have a lot of motor listings that I didn't go through. So we're waiting for John here. I'm wondering now. Okay. Actually, we got John. Okay, Collector Investor. I'll see you later, and just I'll put you in the back room. Just enjoy the show. Hey, John, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, well, it's tough. It's really tough, man.
It's a dangerous world out there, man.
I did not expect it to be this dangerous. I'm kind of a positive person, try to stay positive. Well, the watches are going down in price, but in my opinion, that's not a positive or a negative thing. It's kind of just a thing that's happening. It's just news. But I was sent this video earlier today, and I was mind blown at how bad it could get.
Yeah, it's a pretty disturbing story from what I saw. If you want to play the clip, I don't know if everybody's seen it.
Yeah, let's play the clip together, and we'll watch it, and then we'll chat about it. Okay, and then I have a follow-up. I have another a compilation of like another 4 robberies, and those are completely different because this is a home invasion situation. So here we go. Let's watch this together, guys.
Thank you. A multi-million-dollar heist in the Hollywood Hills. Thieves break into a home, stealing dozens of expensive watches. The sophisticated burglars disabled the alarm system and disconnected cameras during the daytime heist.
Residents say it is not the first break-in in the area, and they are terrified their neighborhood is being targeted. John Fenolio is live in the Hollywood Hills with more on the thieves behind this bold daytime burglary, a story you will see only on 5. John?
Cher and Micah, the homeowner tells us several homes have been hit in his Doheny Estates neighborhood in the last few months. And as you mentioned, he believes he was targeted, and he hopes his story will serve as a warning to other residents.
My neighbor called me and said, "Hey, are you at your house?" I go, "No." I said, "I'm afraid you've been hit."
Luis got that call just before 12:30 Tuesday and raced to his Hollywood Hills home to discover he'd been burglarized.
Whoever broke into this house kind of understood the security system.
How could they understand it?
Because they disabled they went straight to the media room and disabled all the internet. That allowed them to have a free pass because all of the cameras completely go offline. Just like your phone doesn't work here. Nothing works, right? Automatically, the gate opens.
You can see the shattered glass from where the thieves smashed their way into the house, then ransacked the closet. Luis says neighbors saw 3 men in ski masks leaving his home located in Doheny Estates in a white Jeep Grand Cherokee.
There were 3 of them. One went downstairs. One went to disable the security system, while the other one went in the closet to take what they came here for.
What they came for were Luis's collection of expensive wristwatches.
My entire collection of Patek Philippe is gone. All of them. Every single one of them. And I had some very special pieces.
You believed that these crooks knew what they were going after?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They knew what there was here, and that's the thing that I don't understand, because I'm very private. So how would they know what was here?
He says he's now making major security upgrades, and he's not worried about being victimized again.
I don't know what they can rob because they took everything.
Why do you want to get the word out about these stolen watches?
Well, because to dispose of stolen watches, you got to find buyers. The watch community is a very, very, very tight-knit community.
Clearly, he wasn't. He didn't have his watches secured by Digital Watch Vault. That's where it all happened.
Man, you took the words out of my mouth.
Watch out for a flood of watches. I mean, you're talking almost 50 watches, very high-end watches that are going to hit the market, and you're going to know that some of those watches are mine.
All right, Luis says his watches have specific serial numbers and paperwork. He said buyers should beware of any watches that don't have this verification of authenticity. He also says he hopes residents will check their security system so that they too don't become victims. We're live in the Hollywood Hills. I'm John Fenolio, sending it back to you in Hollywood.
All right, there it is. Crazy story.
Man, if only there was a digital platform that protected your watches from such tragedies.
Guys, make sure your watches are secured in the Digital Watch Vault.
I think we might end up owing Paul Thorpe an apology collectively as
Paul
a community.
Thorpe, come back. And this happened right after Paul Thorpe leaves. What do you think? Is this a coincidence?
Yeah, timing is definitely suspicious here. No, I don't know. I'm just joking with that. But there was the security system thing caught my ear. And there's a couple things the guy said. He said he feels like he was targeted. He was shocked that they knew where to go and that they knew what was in the house and how to disable the system. My first call in this investigation would be the security company, because think about what you're doing when you're letting somebody put a security system in your house. You're letting somebody into your house. They do the setup. They know where everything is. They know how the system works. And if they're in your house for any specific amount of time, they're noting what's available. And they're also looking at the layout of the home as well as the location. And we've had cases where there's been somebody in the security company who is actually doing this because they're getting a cut. So when people think about these home security systems, I mean, not to disparage anybody that's in the industry, but there are a lot of people in this industry that are not exactly above board. They're not on the up and up, and they're not making a lot of money installing ADT security systems. So just given the address, this would be where I would look at, is going through the security company and seeing if there's somebody there, that may be involved in this, because it seems too targeted, too specific, especially when they know what they're going for. They didn't really seem to steal anything else, and the house wasn't really ransacked. They kind of went through one spot, they broke a window, they knew where to get into the house. You know, I'm assuming a lot of the furniture, not the furniture, but I mean, if there's nothing else really missing, they were after the watches, so they knew what they were going for. So this isn't just a regular break-in. But the other thing is too, they knew that he wasn't going to be there. So there's a big difference between a robbery and a burglary. A robbery it's a confrontational crime, whereas if you commit a home invasion, you're counting on somebody to be home. But if you're breaking in during the day, and these people establish what they call a pattern of life on the other person. So they may have been watching this guy for a while. They know, okay, hey, every morning at 8:30 he leaves for work and he doesn't come back till 4 or 5 p.m. So they have that window to operate in when they know nobody's going to be home. So they're not looking to confront the homeowner. They're looking to get in and get out. And that's a very different motivation than a violent crime where somebody robs you on the street, because they're looking for that confrontation. So there's a lot to kind of dissect here and talk about as far as these differences. But yeah, this has been happening recently. It's still fairly rare, but I'm sure for this guy, now he's a statistic.
Well, I think a lot of people, they might get a security system and they immediately start feeling like they're safe. But if there's anything that we learn from iPhones and all these different audio devices, is that these devices listen to us, right? So if you let a security company install cameras in your house, I mean, there's a possibility that those people are just they're watching you. They have if those cameras are in your house, they can
Well, they're
see
also
everything you're doing.
casing. Yeah, they're also, again, if you have a security company, and I'm not saying that all of them do this, but if you hire the wrong security company where
Right.
they have somebody on the payroll for criminals, you're essentially letting somebody into your home and they're casing your house. You're just allowing them to see the house. And not only are they casing your house to see where valuable things are, if you have a safe, if this guy seemed to have his watch collection kind of out in the open in a gigantic walk-in closet. So they know. I mean, if you think about it, you've got a security guy that maybe is like a manager or an installer. He's got friends that are maybe involved in robberies. He calls them and says, hey, I just installed a security camera at this guy's house. He's got like $200,000-$300,000 worth of watches just sitting in his closet. So if you guys do this, here's where it's at, and I want this cut, whatever that percentage
Right.
is. He's obviously not doing it for free. And so, yeah, he could, again, the more advanced this person wants to get, maybe he is monitoring the camera remotely himself. That's been done before as well, where people have installed these cameras in people's homes, and then they're watching, the person from a remote location because they have access to the system.
Yes.
Yeah, technology I'm not a big fan of security systems. I think that your ADT system in your house is about as effective as just that sign on the yard. It's really not a preventative measure for anything, because any security system is only as good as the response. So for people that do this, if you cut the power, if you cut the phone line to the house and the security system is internet connected, that's it. It's offline. And just because it's offline doesn't mean the security company is going to call the police to respond to the house. So,
and it seems to be this was the case with this guy, right? The thieves came in. They knew immediately that he has this type of particular security system that relies on the internet, and They went down, they cut the internet,
And
and
they knew where to go. That's the other
yes,
thing. They
yes,
knew where to go. They knew exactly where to go in the house because, again, it's a time-sensitive operation. So they knew where to go. There's that great scene from the movie Heat where Al Pacino is analyzing the post, robbery shootout that they had after in the very opening scenes of the movie,
uh-huh,
and he says, they were on a clock. They
yeah.
knew our response time. They knew where to go. They timed everything. So this seems like a fairly sophisticated operation. This isn't just just a quick, let's just pick a house at random and run in. These guys knew what they were doing. And that level of insight typically comes from an inside source. That's my preliminary assessment of this.
Is there something a homeowner can do when they're installing or installing their home security system to not like to make sure that the people who are making the installation won't be able to rob you in the future? Because this is like the biggest danger. And if I mean, like, it just makes perfect sense that people who would be burglars, the regular daytime jobs that they would want to get is installing security systems. This is like
Yeah, it's
during
letting the rooster guard the hen
yeah,
house,
yeah,
It's pretty
bro.
much. Yeah, my personal suggestion on this, I think security systems are a complete waste of time and money for me, and I think they do kind of the exact opposite of what you want, because security at the end of the day, whether it's your physical security when you're walking around, whether it's your security in your home, that is your responsibility as the homeowner. And I think what people do is they install these systems and they kind of abdicate that security to someone else. They think, well, I have a security system, so now I'm off the hook for protecting my house or being responsible for my house. So it is kind of a false sense of security. But I personally I just don't allow people in my home that I don't know. Whether it's delivery people, whether it's somebody coming in to sell me something. And yeah, these security companies, there's been many, many cases where these guys have been arrested. We've arrested everybody from Brinks drivers that are responsible for driving money around from ATMs to banks. They've taken money out of those bags. We've arrested people that were involved in these types of heists where they would pass information on to somebody who would then commit a burglary. So this isn't to me, these are just again, not to disparage an industry, but most of these guys are blue collar guys. They're not vetted in any real way. They'll run a criminal check on these guys, but as long as they're not directly popping up for any kind of felonies, these companies will hire them. And a very basic, and a very basic background check. I mean, think of the guys that that work security at a bar, at a grocery store, at a mall. I mean, these aren't top tier,
I know a guy
operators.
who runs a fake security service. Like he provides a guy that will look like a security guard, but he's not really a security guard. It's like a decoy.
I mean, it's an industry rife with scammers, and a lot of the security personnel that are employed by these groups are just they're guys that can't pass a background check to be cops, or they can't pass an academy, or they can't pass a polygraph. So this is the next best thing. I mean, if you think about real high-end security, it is very, very, very expensive. Real high-end security, if you look at celebrities, I mean, who do they hire? They hire former Green Berets, British SAS. They hire former police officers. They hire former Secret Service, former FBI. Those guys are very expensive. That's not a cheap, product. So this home security system, it should be, security should be a layered approach, and you can't have a single point of failure, which is what you have here. It's a single point of failure. Once the cameras are offline, that's it. There's nothing else stopping these guys. And so my advice to anybody is, if your security system has a single point of failure, you don't have a security system. You just have a illusion of security.
A false security, false sense of security. It's and you know, all the marketing made, and the cameras and all the stuff makes us feel like we're really secure, but
Yeah.
a camera is nothing. Like, you know,
Well, it's security theater. Yeah. A
yeah.
camera is just a recording device, but that recording device is only as good as the response. So security really falls into those three layers. You have deterrence, right? That's your fence, your locked doors, your sign in the front yard that says, beware of dog, or, ADT security, whatever. That's a deterrent layer. That's the first layer. That keeps people to kind of second guess or go, you know what, let me just move on to a more appealing target. The second layer of security is your detection, right? So if you have a fence, but there's nothing telling you when that fence is breached, well, that fence is kind of useless. So now you have cameras, you have sensors, you have lights that are motion activated, things like that. And the third is response, right? So if you don't have a response, then that security system just becomes a recording device. It just, catalogs the crime.
You'll have nice pictures.
Yeah, you'll just have great
videos.
pictures of you getting robbed, but there's no response. So it is difficult, and these people kind of have a problem that I think most of us don't have, which is, they're living in a very well-to-do neighborhood. It's a known wealthy area, so they're already kind of sticking out, and they're kind of on the radar because they're affluent people, and everybody kind of knows that. So if you're going to break into a home and you're thinking that there's going to be something worth your time, this is where you're going to go. You're not going to go to a lower income neighborhood and just hope for the best that somebody might have a Rolex in the house.
Yeah, and this is, if you're gonna make this kind of a heist, you have to make sure that you're gonna get away with it. And the way they planned this, it's like they knew exactly what to do. They knew exactly where to go. It seems like this guy might have not really learned his lesson, even, because he says he's not going to get robbed again because he's going to upgrade his security. But I don't think it's the security that was the problem. Is these guys? Well, it's okay. It was either security, because they had insiders on the security that helped them out. Tell the guys where to go. Like insiders inside the security team, well, anyways, they either had insiders. When they had to have insiders, actually, right? Like, there's no way.
Somebody gave these guys information, because this guy says, I'm a very private person, and he has social media posts. Private. Yeah, he when they says he's a very private person, there's a catalog of all his watches, which looks like a Chrono 24 screen grab, and he's also posting matching Aquanauts with his wife on social media. So if I was him, the first thing I would do is kind of backtrack to see who in my life that I don't know very well or trust is aware of this type of thing. It could be somebody at his AD, it could be somebody at the security company. It could be somebody at one of his authorized dealers that's like, hey, man, I know this guy. Because, again, you got to look at the people you're dealing with, but also their friends, So if maybe it's not the person that's working for the company or the AD, but it's a friend of theirs that reached out to him and said, hey, we're doing this on the side. Do you know anybody? Do you have anybody that maybe you don't like? Maybe the guy left a shitty review on an AD, or maybe he left, maybe he had, some kind of exchange with the security installer, the guy that installed the system, who knows? So that's the first place I would look if I was him. I think getting new cameras and better windows might not be the solution here for this particular case.
Speaking of particular cases, Tim G Hey, Tim,
Gentlemen, how are you today?
what do you think about the situation?
Nah, I think it's part of the gig. I mean, I'm in one of these high crime neighborhoods, but we got security all over the place. I mean, quiet security because some of the famous people live. I'm not famous, but other people. I've got the worst house on the street, but other people have the fancy home, so they've got their own security and there's security all over the place. So it's part of the gig. And Hollywood is an interesting place because obviously they've got all the homeless in Los Angeles. I mean, right underneath the bridge on Interstate 5. It's a pain in the neck. So you cross underneath there, you're in Beverly Hills, and go up the hill, you're in Bel Air. So they've got their own issues. But the thing is this looks like an inside job. It really does. Okay, and I think everyone agrees on that. You know.
Yeah, it has to
Yeah.
be either inside job on the
It could be
security
a
team or
cleaner.
inside job of one of his friends.
Yeah, it could be a cleaner. It could be one of the construction people or whatever.
It could
I'm
be one of the
very careful.
guys at the Red Bar that he goes to and shares shows his collection to that
This
made
is like
him
that.
a target.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
like that game of Clue. It was the gardener
Yeah.
with the
You just
with the
you don't you,
candlestick.
you don't know. And I always think that cameras, even though I have them on, not the farm in Tennessee because no one goes out there, but the cameras are really creepy. Okay, they're just really I just
Because
think
they're
just-
watching you, these employees, like the
Yeah,
employees at the
well,
security
the thing is,
farm.
so
There's
right,
some freaks.
exactly.
I heard some horrible kind of
Well,
stories,
I
not just
also-
not from security security
Yeah, I know
firms,
parents. I know parents that watch their kids, and I think that's creepy. Okay, and so
but who else has access to those cameras? Like computer cameras, in like everybody has a camera in their laptop, right? And those cameras could be hacked, and people could be watching basically you while you don't even realize that the
Well,
camera
that's
is
true.
working.
That's true, especially if you have something like a ring system or something like that. But I mean, what's sort of nice on one of the properties is that I don't have really the camera on because I've already got security because the ex-president lives down the street. So I figure if they can't catch the person, that's a problem. I don't even lock the doors when I leave. Okay, because I'm one of the I look at certain towns that if you lock your doors, if you go to the post office and leave your car running,
Mhm.
you'll be able to come out. And I do have a Jetta, so I think people think I have a Jetta. But if you leave your if you leave your car running while you go to the post office and drop off mail, and by the way, stamps are going up on the 14th to 73 cents for a first class stamp, from 68 to 73. That's a lot of money. Anyway, if you leave your car running, those are the type of communities I like, and your car is there when you get back into your car. Okay, I test that out, believe it or not. So I can say that like Gambier, Ohio, you can do that. Okay, that's where a certain college is, or Kankakee. I mean,
Yeah, but that's not really a solution if he still
that's
wants to
exactly
continue
correct,
living in Beverly
but
Hills.
right, exactly. But this is
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills is just Beverly Hills is this. It's just constant. It's just constant, like in your face. Like if you have money, there's always going to be someone else with more money. Okay, there's no way to stop. So you're a competitive or a passive aggressive person. You won't really know when to stop. And there's a lot of these communities in New York, like you can just name them: the New Jersey suburbs, or Long Island suburbs, or Connecticut suburbs, or let's just say Scarsdale, New York. They're the same sort of deal. So Scarsdale, New York. I mean, the people just don't. Beautiful community. They just don't know when to stop.
Let
Okay.
me read some chats here from people in the chat. Dr. Bob's Nightmare says home security businesses have a high employee turnover rate. Just because of this stuff, they attract bad employees.
Well, the other thing is they don't pay them. Okay.
That's why you have to get the right security system. I think when you're getting a security system and they advertise that they're the cheapest one and provide the best service, I think they're lying. Like there's nothing cheap. There's no cheap. There's no getting around this, right? There's no our security system is going to be cheaper because AI is monitoring. Like that's going to be the new sales pitch, I bet, for a security system.
I
It's like,
just
oh,
I just think places like Beverly Hills, it's just a whole different, it's just a whole different ball of wax. You know, it's just a whole different gig. People are there because they have money, and people know they have money, and has to be an inside job. Okay, so you guys were absolutely correct on that. It's definitely an inside job.
I do like Tim G's strategy though for not being the juiciest target, which is have the shittiest house on the block with the richest people around you, so you're creating juicier opportunities. But also, if you're living anywhere near a former president, they have round-the-clock Secret Service
Well,
protection.
that's exactly correct.
So
I walked
you're
up.
in a very safe area.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the other thing is that it's a 4-acre minimum where he lives. He's got like 16 or 10 or whatever. So 4 acres right there kills people to even get in because it's $1 million an acre if you can build on the land. Okay, if they want you to build on the land, which they don't. All right. So you're talking about $4 million just to walk in the door. All right, and it's one of those type of gigs, and that's what makes this like this island so protective. Heck, they ship migrants up to the island, and
I do agree that this is not really a problem for most people. This is definitely a Beverly Hills problem, but it's also a Beverly Hills problem because Beverly Hills is such a closed enclave. Like it's so isolated because it's the wealthiest area in this spot. It's like everybody knows Beverly Hills, even if you've never been to California. You say the word Beverly Hills, everybody knows what you're talking about. So even if you're in middle America, so kind of to go to your first point, Tim, where people are, they see this and it's very salient because you relate right away to the threat of, violence, somebody breaking into your house, somebody stealing your watch. But again, I do want to kind of bring people back to reality. This is very, very unlikely to happen to 99.7% of the watch public. Because again, it just depends on where you live. If you live in the Midwest, if you live in the South, in Texas, on the East Coast, like this isn't common where this is happening. LA seems to be the epicenter for this, and I think it's because of the disparity in wealth in that area, but also because of places like Bel Air and Beverly Hills, where these are very, very exclusive neighborhoods that are more or less kind of an appealing target if you're from, the inner city or if you're from the outskirts of those wealthy communities. So it is unfortunate for this guy, obviously, but this is kind of like being worried about, being involved in a plane crash. It's still a very rare event for pretty much everybody else involved.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, I can see it in Scarsdale, New York. I can see it in Greenwich, Connecticut, New Canaan, Connecticut. I can see it in, name me a rich close town on Long Island. Englewood Cliffs. I can see it there. Bernardsville, not really. Pennsylvania, the main line, like I don't know. Let's just say Wayne, Pennsylvania. I can see it there. McLean, Virginia, I can see it there. Those are all rich towns. Some towns that are rich, that are like more open, I can't see it. I just can't see it.
But what if somebody owns 50 watches and lives in even less secure areas? Or are you saying these are secure areas, but they're specific targets?
I think like
they're easy targets.
I think a McLean, Virginia, or a Fisher Island, Florida, could be great targets, specific targets. I mean, because the super wealthy, the upper middle class live there, high income earners live there. So I just and the homes are close together. Santa Monica, California, rich area. You can sort of predict the areas that are going to be more susceptible to this.
Okay, but so just to read this comment from Sergey, says owning 50 high-end watches is insane, but keeping them all at home is an insane ninja level. Because I think that Beverly Hills location was probably the safest place to keep 50 watches. If I had 50 watches in my home, I think I would be a much juicier target if if I was just telling
I
everybody
just I just think
where
it
I
depends
live.
who knows, you know what I mean? That's the other thing. Like, what does this guy do for work? Is he a prominent local person that everybody knows? Is he a doctor? Is he have a business? Is he known to the community? Is he known to be wearing these watches out and about? So there's kind of like, as far as again that your personal security goes, there's prevention, and then there's response. So there's different things you can do to kind of I basically tell
Mhm.
people it's the difference between staying out of a situation and getting out of a situation. So your best defense there is to just avoid situations like this and avoid conflict and avoid being a target or being an opportunity. But there's certain things you can do that if you are in a situation, kind of how to get out of it. So, but yeah, with something like this, I mean, it's yeah, this is one of those things where if you don't have these things in a safe, if you don't have them spread out, if you don't have maybe a couple watches at home but everything else is in a bank, that might have been a better strategy. I think once you hit 50, and then begin looking at the catalog of the watches this guy had, I mean, his cheapest watch I think was the Yachtmaster 42, the brand new one. So this guy is a heavy hitter when it comes to the collection. Um,
Yeah, he
yeah,
had
I
an
mean, if you look
insane
at some of those
collection.
pieces, I mean, Jesus Christ, he's got $140,000, Aquanaut. Like, I paid less money for my first house, like that. He's got that on his wrist. So that's a different, it's a different level of wealth, and I think some of these people don't consider the security implications of owning these pieces, especially in this type of volume, and keeping them all at home and not having them in a safe that's installed into the floor. I think it's definitely kind of risky. Looks like he just kind of had them out in his walk-in closet. So
Yeah, right. Like, what? Once the burglars were in, did he have any safe? It looks like he just had it in the closet. He had one of
Hills
those
thieves
big wolf, like a giant wolf winder for all of them, like 60 watches on the single. It's just in the closet, yeah. And like, how did they know that the watches were here and they were unsecured? Because this is the biggest problem, right? Was he feeling that the security system he had installed was gonna be enough? Because this is really dumb
yeah,
to keep
I
all of
think
them
he's
not in the safe.
I think this is one of the biggest issues is people outsource, their security to other people
Hmm.
because a lot of people don't want to deal with, it's like kind of morbid, and I tell people the same thing about gun ownership.
Hmm.
If somebody's breaking into your house in the middle of the night and you call 911, the cops are not going to get there in time, and that's not a problem with the cops. It's a problem with physics. They just can't get there in time. So you have to have a second layer of response or a first layer of response when it comes to dealing with these things. So, but again, this is where, maybe he was being followed. Again, somebody could develop this pattern of life on you. And I think the more wealthy and affluent you get, especially when you move into these communities, you got to kind of start watching and noticing people. And you have to notice if other people are noticing you that you don't really know. So if you feel like, there's a car in your neighborhood that's kind of just doing laps around the block, or you're walking your dog and you see somebody kind of watching you or following you, I mean, these are crimes of opportunity because these people waited for him to be out of the house, right? So how did they know that no one else would be in the house? They either had that insider knowledge from whoever installed the security cameras or the gardener or the maid, or they developed this pattern of life where they watched this guy for a week and they said, okay, he's home, Monday, Tuesday, he's at the office Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday he goes out of town. So they kind of just built that pattern of life around it, and then struck at the precise time when they knew the guy wouldn't be there. Because again, this is different. There's a different motivation here. Somebody breaking into your house in the middle of the night when they suspect you might be home is a different type of person than somebody that's going to break into your house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they are hoping you're not home. So those are different orientations, and this is one of those things where they went right for the goods. They didn't probably spend a lot of time in there, and they got out with whatever they could carry, and they knew exactly what their target was.
That's why the best security would to have somebody at home, so that I think burglars they would be much more reluctant to rob somebody if there was anyone at home,
Yeah,
because it
but
turns
also
it
the
into a
best.
different crime.
It turns it into a different crime. It turns into a confrontational crime. But honestly, the best security, protocols for anything is that diffusion of attention. Not being a tempting, juicy opportunity. And again, I don't want to tell people how to enjoy their money and enjoy, their lifestyle, but if you are driving a very flashy car, if you're dressed well, if you're wearing expensive jewelry, if you are living in a affluent, exclusive neighborhood, you do have to realize that makes you, that puts you on the radar for attention, and not all attention is good. And if you are in that world, you do need to be more aware of your surroundings and kind of pay attention to who's watching you, who's kind of, around, and kind of have your head on a swivel when you're out in the world, because you could be a tempting opportunity for somebody. And if you're not paying attention, or you're, again, if you're wealthy enough, David Beckham doesn't have to worry about that because he hires security that does that for him. But if you're not at that level, and if you're kind of a little bit under that, where you may not have the money for an actual bodyguard to do that job for you, or a driver that's also your bodyguard, it's a bit of a different situation. You're the juicy opportunity there.
It's a really good point. By the way, Humble Pie in the chat says he sees that the hats were left behind, so this burglar definitely would not be Daniel Katz.
That's a good one.
It's good stuff. And Philip Hubbershire says Tim's new excuse to stay home. They have to keep guarding the watches.
Don't dox yourself. Don't put your don't point your camera out the window.
Yeah, I got a channel that's dedicated to doxing me every single night. So it's okay. I try. It's okay. I mean, I'm pretty careful. Like you said, I take security very seriously. I don't leave anything valuable in the house. I don't really have anything valuable in the house besides the few watches. And whenever I leave, I make sure to relocate the watches to a safe location where they can't be a target of a robbery. By the way, Versace Boy says, how about the TPG robbery where he was zip tied allegedly? No, I think that was a fake robbery. Everybody basically, and the way it came out, there were some stories that some other people that were there suggested that TPG probably did it to buy himself a little bit more time with some of the people that he was scamming. It's a great excuse. If you were robbed and you have people breathing down your neck telling you, where's my money, he could say to them, hey, I was just robbed, give me a minute. We got
everybody feels bad for a victim of a crime.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody feels bad for a victim of a crime. They'll give him a little bit more leeway. Okay, pay me back in 2 months instead of this month, and that's probably what helped him keep his scam going for so long. He always had different plans. This TPG guy, he's always was working different angles. He's always had an excuse for everything. I don't know. There's just some people they have this natural ability to come up with excuses. They have excuses for excuses and excuses on top of excuses. It's amazing. One day Retro says, I dox myself many times. Only person who don't know where he lives or what that is Timmy himself. There we go.
I'm assuming you're in New York, right?
Yeah, I'm Coney Island.
Coney.
Yeah, Brooklyn, New York, over here.
Sort of near Nathan's.
Near Nathan's, yeah, in that area.
In Little Odessa?
Little, kind of, sort of, nearby. Shipshead Bay.
Shipshead Bay area. You don't have to keep. We don't have to keep narrowing it down. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I was just busting Tim's balls about narrowing down his address.
Speaking of Nathan's, the guy that made the hot dog winner this year again cheated.
What?
Yeah, it's in the New York Post.
How could you cheat in the hot dog eating contest?
His wife ratted on him. I don't know. I didn't read the article. I was driving at the same time. So
how can you cheat in the hot dog eating contest? What was he doing? Sticking them in his pants?
I don't know. I don't know what he was doing. I have to read the article. But
was he on roids? Was he taking some kind of?
I don't know if I don't know if I should go. If the segue should go this route, but
was he on laxatives?
I don't know, but I was driving and I said to myself, "Oh my God, really?" I mean, I went to one of those like 5 years.
People actually care if you cheat at a hot dog eating contest. I always thought it was like a joke contest.
You know, I don't know if I want to live in a world where I can't trust a professional competitive eater. I think this is too much. You know, if you can't trust a guy who eats hot dogs for a living, I mean, what are we doing?
Who can you trust?
Front page, Timmy. I'll send it to you. I don't know if it's worthwhile.
Okay.
I just sent it to you. Okay. Front page New York Post to right now.
I'm pretty sure those are called winner eaters, but whatever.
Winner eaters?
Yeah, if you're in a competitive hot dog eating competition, you're a winner eater.
A wiener eater. Well,
good evening, everyone.
It was a wiener stroker.
Great segue there. Good evening.
Hey, Kleiner, welcome
Tim,
to the show.
Can you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Can you turn my? Do you have the ability to turn my volume down a little bit?
Yes, I do. I can turn you.
Because I think I've identified the problem we've been having, where everything I do sounds like it's amplified, because it is from a microphone.
You know what I do? Because I jump around a lot and I've got a barking dog and sometimes I have a howling girlfriend. I put the mute. I just put the mute on until I need to talk. So the mute's on the bottom left. So I just throw that on there.
Fair.
Kleiner is a bit of a security guy himself, but not
or threat. You don't know.
Not a house security, but country security. Right?
National security.
National security, exactly.
Oh,
He's got some experience on this. What do you think?
Or insecurity.
Do you think this was inside job, or do you suspect some other situation?
I think John already said it. You go around posting pictures on Instagram and leaving the house with however many hundreds of thousands of dollars on your wrist, you're gonna be a target.
Yeah.
You can listen. The way we used to say it. Okay, you either make yourself a threat or a target, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a pudgy dude with man boobs and 200 grand on your wrist, you're not a threat to anybody. If you post pictures on Instagram for I don't know, strangers, what are you doing? What are you doing? Where's you have the money? Where's the insecurity coming from? Just keep that stuff to yourself, or be smart about it. Like, for example, Oshin likes to keep his stuff in a bank vault, and he has a rotation, right? So he doesn't have that big threat in his house at all times.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think that comes with any kind of wealth. I mean, I could afford a much nicer car than the car I drive, but I don't want people driving by my house and seeing a Mercedes in the driveway, because that presents a certain picture and a target to me, given my industry. But you know, I think that's where people just don't think about that stuff. You know, I don't want people wondering, you know, oh, that guy's got a Mercedes. Like, I want them to drive by and go, that guy's got a Toyota. Great. You know? So, but this kind of gets to the other point that I was going to address. I think a lot of people need to take a very, personal and deep and realistic inventory of who they are, how they view themselves, as well as how other people view them in the world. And this kind of gets to the prevention thing. I get this a lot where people are like, oh, I just have a gun, I carry a gun and I do this and that. And it's like, man, listen, if you've never been in a fist fight, a real fist fight, I'm not talking about high school, and you've never been in a gunfight, you're kind of kidding yourself when you think that you're going to rise to the occasion when those things happen. If you're not constantly training and specifically training for those types of incidents, we've had these training protocols with people where we go through this stuff with local police departments and, these guys that are carrying concealed holsters. And it's like, how fast can you get out of that concealed holster? You have it and it looks cool, but how good are you at actually presenting that weapon in a real situation? And do you know what it's like when you get that adrenaline dump and your heart rate's through the roof and you still have to shoot? So I think a lot of this other stuff too, where people just think like, well, I have a gun in the house. So again, it's that false sense of security. Just because you have a firearm in your home or just because you carry a firearm, doesn't mean that you're any safer than somebody who's not armed. The other thing is you got to consider the laws in the state that you're living in. You could be turning a physical altercation into a lethal encounter where you're actually going to be arrested and serve prison time, because in a lot of states you can't defend property with deadly force. So you have to know kind of what you're doing. Somebody's breaking into your car, you can't shoot them. There's most states have laws about that type of stuff. So your home is kind of a different story, but again, realistically, people that don't know what they're doing in that system, they might have one gun in the house, but if your gun is in your study and you're in the basement when somebody's breaking into your house, that gun is useless. So there's just all these game theory implications that I think people don't really go through in their head, but also there's a lot of this stuff that people just aren't aware of who they are realistically. And, if you're that, again, not to disparage anybody's physical appearance, but if you're a guy that doesn't exercise, you're not physically intimidating, you don't look like you can take care of yourself, you're kind of a juicy target. And it's funny, there's actually, I'd have to look at the study, but there was a study done. I don't know if it was the DOJ or if it was a police department. They interviewed a bunch of violent offenders and they talked to people that committed, robberies, they committed, assaults, just actual physical violence against people. And they wanted to know essentially how they picked their victims. They wanted to know why this person, you're walking down the street, why this guy? Why was this guy the target? And pretty much across the board, they all had a couple things in line. And they said that anybody who is looking around when they're walking down the street, they're aware of their environment, they're not really a juicy opportunity. The second component was the physical appearance of the person. Because even if you're going to attack somebody, you want it to be an easy fight. You're not going to go after the person that looks like they do, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, where they weigh 210 and they're solid muscle and they're watching you, right? And the other critical thing was eye contact. So when you walk by people and you make eye contact with them, it tells them that you notice them. And now they're a little more kind of inhibited to, because that element of surprise is gone. So, again, when I travel around and I see people, places like San Francisco, New York, walking with their headphones on and staring at their phone, and they're completely unaware of their environment, that's where you become a juicy opportunity for for a violent attack, because you're kind of just you're projecting to the world that you're not paying attention. So yeah, it's a good point.
We can't hear you, Tim. You're on mute.
Did Tim mute himself? What's happening?
I'm muted.
Good evening, Oshin.
Tim welcomed Oshin by being muted.
I was just saying, speaking of hard targets, Welcome, Oshin.
Absolutely, man. If I saw a guy Oshin size walking towards me with I don't care if he's wearing $1 million watch. I'm not taking those chances.
I make eye contact.
Yeah,
all
and
the time.
And as soon
No
as I hear
matter
that
who it
Irish
is.
accent, yeah. As soon as I hear that Irish accent, I'm like, shit, this is a big Irishman. He looks like he knows how to fight. Fuck it. Not worth
It
it.
doesn't matter if you're in shape.
have a
It doesn't,
few drinks.
the most sorry, Sim G. The most fucking dangerous motherfuckers I've ever dealt with in my life were out of fucking shape fucks. I dealt with a Nazi guy in Vicenza back when the channel started. He broke my neck, and he almost completely broke my neck. And he broke my nose at a party because I wouldn't accept a drink from him. And he's just covered in Mussolini tattoos and stuff. This guy was fat. He's like 6'3" and 6'4", and he's way out of shape. But he's mental. That's the problem. The guy is fucking out of control. He will rip your eyes out. He went. There was a fucking case against him in Vicenza because he's a big anti-immigrants guy. Paul Thorpe would love him. And he came across some immigrant. Yeah, let's introduce the two lads. Paul,
Digital watch vault.
Right, yeah, maybe you should sign up for that too. But he came across some immigrant guy and got into some conversation about immigrants. He pulled the guy's eye out. The guy's only got one eye now. He goes around Vicenza with an eye patch.
Holy shit! I don't want to meet this guy. He's gonna pull out my other working eye, and then I'm fucked.
It doesn't matter if you're in shape. In shape doesn't mean shit. It's the craziest fucker in the room. That's size. The dangerous guy.
It's not so much being
size
in shape.
Helps.
It's the size. It's that appearance of physicality. Because a guy can have a beer belly, but if he's 6'3", that's a different.
It doesn't matter.
A target.
As far as this case, I'll just weigh in real quick because you guys have been chatting.
You were now, O'Shane, just really quickly so the audience knows, you were doxxed on multiple occasions, and you live in Venice, yet you were able to avoid being burgled, even though you're like a perfect target for most people, right?
So I was burgled in New York City. I told the story on my show many months ago, but I believe it was my friend downstairs, because I was out sleeping with girls and staying over in their apartments and coming home at after brunch. It's always brunch the next day. You wake up with a hangover with some girl you can't remember her name. You deliberately go to a Starbucks so that way she has to say her name so you can remember. But then you get back, you get into a cab and you go home, and you're back by about 2 p.m. And I was burgled that time, but I told the story how I was relieved I was burgled. If anybody wants to go back and watch that, I was actually delighted to be burgled because of the circumstances I was in at the time. But that was a separate thing. I haven't been burgled ever since, and it's for a few things. And John actually pointed it out. Hey, John, good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too, man.
On one of our episodes where we were speaking, that he said that I broke up my pattern of life. That the pattern of life is a huge thing. If somebody sees you go to work every morning, if you ever watched the Luc Besson film, the guy who made Leon the Professional, with Natalie Portman and so on. He made a film called Nikita before that, which is all in French. It's a great film about an assassin. She's a woman. She's sentenced to death, but then instead of killing her, they take her and they groom her for 3 years as a secret assassin. Great film. And at one point, they're after some politician, and they need to study him for like 6 months, where he goes for coffee, what he does, when he meets his lover on a Tuesday afternoon, etc., etc., etc. So they got a pattern of life going. Now, if you have to get up in the morning and leave for the office at 8 a.m. every morning, 5 days a week, that's a pattern. if you go out every Friday night to see your girlfriend, that's a pattern. I think what saved me in the past many years is I have no pattern. If anybody's watching me, they're fucking bored out of their minds because they're sitting around waiting, going, first of all, when is he going to get out of bed? You know, like, when is this asshole going to get up? Because we've been here for 4 hours and he's still snoring. You know, like, so there's that problem of like, oh, today he got up at 8 a.m. and he went and got coffee and he went down and got some sun on the water. But the next day he got up at 4 p.m. and went and smoked a cigar and had a Negroni at a bar. Well, who is this fucker? There's no pattern whatsoever. The other thing is this guy who got ransacked there, and it was Los Angeles, he had all his watches in the house. Don't do that. Spread them around, man. You know, even if you have to, sometimes, I swear to God, sometimes I've gone to the beach with 100 grand of watches, but I put them in a watch roll and I stick them in a shitty little sack over my back, and no one would ever think there are watches in there. No one would ever. I could leave it behind me for a moment as I go to the restroom, because no one would ever imagine there's anything of any value in there. It's hiding in plain sight. There's another thing that I tried to speak about. I'm just getting all this out, guys, then I'll shut up and everyone can chime in what you think. But there's another thing. When they come into your house, if they come into your house, and we were robbed many years ago in Ireland, they will fuck the place up until they find what they want. Okay? I was speaking about this a long time ago, and I chose not to talk about this little technique, but I'm going to talk about it now because nobody's watching. No, but this is giving away a trick. We often talk about fake watches, whether they have any merit, whether there's any value. Some guys say, wear the fake all week to the bar, wear the real one at the weekend. A lot of the watch community hate the idea of any fakes at all. One of my arguments, this has gone back 3 years now, to having fakes, having a few fakes in the house can really serve a purpose. Because when they come into the house, they're on a timer. They're on a clock, as John said earlier, right? They ignore the loose cash. Why? Because they're on a timer. They know our response time to a 211, blah, blah, blah. Right?
That's right.
And they're coming in. They know they have a certain amount of time before the neighbors go, what's going on? I thought the neighbor, that guy was on holiday or whatever. Oh, I better call the cops, blah, blah, blah. Boom. They're looking for what they want. Now, these guys don't have a loop in their pocket where they get to check whether it's fucking real or fake. You don't put the watches out in plain sight. You put them somewhere like in the bedroom. A lot of people keep their watches in the bedroom, right? Near their bed or near makeup or the wife's jewelry, things like that. You put the watches and maybe put them in a drawer. If they pull out that drawer and they see 3 fucking Rolex, they grab them and they go, we got him, and they run. They could have fakes. You stick those fakes, you hide your real ones somewhere else that's really hard to find. If you don't put the fakes there, they will rip the entire apartment apart until they get them. If they think they already have what they were looking for, they're gone. There's a tip.
Yeah, that's actually that's excellent tip. We I won't say where I did this, but just so you guys know, there's teams within the government that basically test security features. They test things like TSA. They test border crossings. They're called red cells or red teams. So that, they go out and pretend to be the bad guys. And exactly to the point that Oshin is making, one of the things we did was the incentive to, once you find that first thing, you get that treat, you got it, then you kind of stop looking. And one of the techniques we did was testing TSA, and we would put water bottles in our bags at the very top. And then we would put other things, fake knives, fake pistols even. And the TSA people would open it, and a lot of times they weren't communicating between the checkpoint screener and the person looking at your bag why the bag was flagged. So as soon as you open it up and you see that water bottle, you go, oh, okay, it's the water bottle. And then you take that water bottle and you close the bag back up. Well, they're not rifling through the rest of the bag to see if there's anything else there, because they've already found what they think they're looking for. So one of those protocols that we actually got them to change was, you got to have an actual flag of what's in the bag. Why is it being searched? Is it an anomaly? Is it, metal? And then those people have to clear it before they say, okay, you're all set. Because we were walking through the airport with these things and we're like, you guys just got beat, big time. And luckily it was the same team. But, if this was a real life event, you just let a plane into the terminal, you just let a gun on the plane or a gun into the terminal and you're not even paying attention. So that's exactly right. If you have a decoy or, something else that's, where they think, okay, we got the goods, let's get the hell out of here. They're not going to look in the, in the bathroom or
there was,
yeah. And if they don't find what they think they're looking for,
they're going to keep looking. Yeah.
There's no end to it. They're not going to take that risk and find nothing. Captain Kirk, by the way, the world's largest cunt in the world, said, you got that from TPG. I made that video long before TPG was ever on the internet.
If anything, TPG probably got it from you,
right?
But then he used it to distract. I don't think TPG was actually burgled. I think because he was saying,
his burglaries were fake. Most of them.
It was he was just buying himself time. That's. But you know what? This is actually a legitimate thing. There was actually like this big outrage over a police hearing. There was some kind of a hearing, I think, in Canada, or I forget exactly where it was, but the police were suggesting that, hey, it's best in cases of home invasion if you leave your car keys near the entrance, right? The police was suggesting, because 90%, they were saying like 90% burglaries in this area is thieves want to steal the car and they're looking for the keys. So if you leave the keys at the entrance to the door, the thieves will come in, they will take the keys, they will run away with the car, and there won't be any interaction. You won't have to battle them, because in other situations where homeowners had like keys hidden away, these thieves would, they would go deeper into the house, they would encounter homeowner, there would be like a battle. And there was a big outrage over this, but the principle kind of makes sense. If you're leaving the house, to leave a decoy watch box, where you got, if you have a fake watch or a couple of, you just you leave a decoy, and then if you're leaving your watches at home, hide those harder, and if robbery happens, your hope is that, hey, they'll take the decoy and the real watches are going to be safe.
There was a funny video where I think Broward County, Florida, sheriff responded to that and said, in Florida, if somebody breaks into your house, please shoot them, because it saves us the paperwork.
I've seen that. It's different. It's a little different in Florida.
It's a little juxtaposition. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the car keys thing was in Canada, but at the same time, I've seen so many videos of people here in the United States just making fun of that very concept. You don't come to my house and take my stuff. No, we don't stand for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm one of the.
It's a different culture.
I'm one of the 2A gang, if you will. I agree with the Floridians, but then again, I do live in the South. That's kind of like how people think. Up north, in my experience, even Washington State is kind of different. But yeah, the whole idea of compliance, so there won't be any violence, even that's not a guarantee. Who's to say that? Well, okay, I have my stuff, but I don't know. I don't think that guarantees safety. It's just me, though.
By the way,
sorry.
Just a huge shout out to Ray for donating 25 euro super chat. Best self defense is your brain and the skull, and the skill. The brain and the skull, and the skill to pause, think, and react, or just years of training. Sometimes the machines make bad machines, and the machine doesn't know it made a bad machine. Exactly. Those things don't have self-consciousness, and we can't rely on the machines. This whole camera security systems, it's a false promise, false feeling of security. This guy would have been much better off without those cameras, I think, because maybe he would have hired, well, he was away, maybe he would have hired somebody to watch his place. He would have approached this completely differently. Maybe it was those security guys that installed the security that told the burglars about him being a juicy target with basically zero real security besides those cameras, because cameras, they don't do anything.
Well, a camera is like a deterrent.
Yeah.
It's a bit like having a fake gun. You know, you can point a gun in someone's face unless they really know gun, or you could have your gun with empty chambers. You stick it at someone's head, they might do what you ask them to do. Right? It's a terrible idea, of course. But what I'm saying is, how many people actually pull the trigger? The gun is the threat of violence, and the security cameras and all of that stuff is the threat of security, and it's the placebo effect that they're offering. It isn't real security. I tried to get someone on the show tonight, by the way. I think she's already in bed though, but she was burgled, and she's away on she's in the watch community, but she's away on holiday right now, and they have cameras in the house, and the place was ransacked. And it was the one time that her husband didn't take the things away. I'm not going to say any names right now. The husband didn't put everything in the bank. They were so flustered. They have children and so on. So, you imagine those last hours trying to get packed before your summer holiday. And they didn't have time. And they put down the shutters, and there was no car in the driveway. It was very obvious there was no one home. The place was ransacked. And she can see it from the cameras still. And they spoke to the police. The police locked the place off. They shut it all down. They, ordered it off. And they said, honestly, there's no real reason for you to come home yet. Finish your holiday, because no one can get in here now. It's a crime scene. And you've got a few days left on your holiday. You may as well, if you can, in any way, enjoy it and just check the damage when you get back. But she's assuming that her entire watch collection is gone.
And this is another thing where, again, this might not be something people want to hear, but I think they do need to hear. Even if you have a private Instagram account or a private Facebook where you're only posting things that people will see, you don't know everybody, and you don't know who else they know. And not all of your friends are ecstatic when you post your new Rolex that you just bought. Not everyone's happy for you when you post your pictures from the Bahamas with you and your spouse. Not everyone's thrilled when you find the man or woman of your dreams and you announce your engagement on Facebook. So I would be very, very careful about even your close circle of friends, because there are people you can definitely trust, but there are also people that you may fall in and out of touch with, and you don't know what's going on in their lives. And everybody can think of that. Again, there's this Dunbar's theory about relationships, where we kind of have a nucleus of people within our lives. It's about 5 to 10 relationships that this is like your family. And these are like concentric circles that kind of move within themselves. And then outside of that, you have those people that are kind of friends, but you don't talk to them on a regular basis. And then that outer ring, I call it the grocery store test. If you see somebody in the grocery store and you have that moment where you saw them, but they haven't seen you, do you go up to them and say hello? Or do you just go, oh, fuck, I don't really want to talk to this guy? But they're still in your life to some extent. And those are kind of those outer ranges where, those people are seeing your life. They know that you have money. They know that you're spending that money. And I'm very careful about, even for me, I think I have like 60 people on my Instagram that I'm friends with. And my wife and I still to this day, we don't post vacation pictures until we come back, because we don't want people knowing that we're not home. So I don't post my watches on my Instagram. I don't post anything about my job on Instagram. My Instagram is very boring to anybody that follows me. And I think people just need to practice that restraint and just be very careful because, again, you're responsible for the signal. You're not responsible for the reception of that signal. And you don't know how your success and your achievements and accomplishments and your wealth are being received by even those people that you might think that you know very well.
You know, that's funny because I don't even have Instagram.
Boy.
Well, that's even better. That's
That's
like not having any.
I just see some envy, jealousy just when I say I'm going to Martha's Vineyard on the chat room. It's like this guy's been everywhere. She travels here, there. Unfortunately, I do, but it's not as sexy as what people think, you know. And having 4 homes is a big burden. Okay, it's a big burden. All right, I'm not saying that whatever, but it's just a lot. It's a lot of stuff. It goes to one central.
They're
office.
sitting ducks when you're not there.
They're sitting ducks. The farm is okay because anyone that goes to Tennessee is going to get shot. But basically, the
Oh, who's gonna shoot them? Do you have somebody on?
there's a farm guy that takes care of the whole place.
Well,
So-
but what if he turns on you? What if
No, he'll
you
never
say-
turn up.
But not to get too heavy into that, because I know this is very, very dangerous waters.
Mhm.
But are you implying that in places like Tennessee and the Deep South, there's no such thing as crime?
No, there is crime. There's actually more, but they'll shoot you.
Because every time I hear anybody talk about
They'll
like
shoot
Florida and Texas and Tennessee and open carry
I
and
get
all
that.
of that, it's
I
like, oh yeah, if it was down here, we would have taken care
I
of it.
totally
Oh,
get-
so you guys have no crime then?
I
That's
totally
fantastic. I must
no,
move there.
no. It's not that. But even like Governor DeSantis of Florida, when they had the hurricane last year, he even mentioned that Florida is a Second Amendment state, meaning that if you break into someone's home, you're gonna face consequences. Okay,
Right.
you're gonna face. Am I a believer that? So I live in Massachusetts, which actually only the gun ownership in Massachusetts is really hard to get a gun. It's the least out of any state. It's less than 10%, and you have to go through a lot of rigmarole. Unfortunately, I only have a shotgun in Massachusetts, which I don't even have shells because I know unless I kill the person that comes in the house, if I try to shoot him and I just wound him, I'm fucked. So basically, it's like living in England or where it's someplace in Europe. I totally get both avenues. Oisin.
No, I'm just curious. I'm just curious what
But
it's supposed to imply.
The South has really weird crime. It's not normal crime. Like someone in the gas station kills a baby and a mother for no reason at all. Okay, granted that could happen in New York, but you see it more in like Tennessee or Alabama. I don't know the answer to that. Okay, why people would do that. But the motivation of usually when you get robbed in like New York or Boston or wherever is because you've got some sort of wealth or you've got something that they don't have and they need something, or they're just desperate. They're desperate people. My daughter went to Colorado College, and basically in Colorado is really fucked up. It's where you've got a bunch
Crazy
of
state. I know a lot about that state.
It's a fucked up state, boy. You've got a lot of California loons that moved in, but then also you've got like these heavy hitting, like hard nosed right that is just awful. It's
got Colorado Springs and it's got NORAD.
That's exactly
I've been in
right.
Colorado Springs a ton.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I've been around those folks, but you also got Boulder, and that's a very progressive place. Very interesting state. No offense to anybody from Colorado.
It's a push pull, and they don't like each other. Okay, and
they have the highest airports in all of America. They need more Doppler radar than any other airport.
Well, they've got the Air Force Base there, and then they've got this Space Force there too. It's an interesting state because also like Aspen and like Vail and there's a couple other ski resorts amongst the wealthiest places in the country too. Yeah, so it's a completely different game. But then if you go about 100 miles out, you're in like deliverance areas. Okay, it's really a fascinating state. I wouldn't want to live there. Because of that push pull. I just wouldn't want to live there.
The push
All right?
pull.
Yeah, we're digressing a little bit. I would say that the and that's my fault also because you pulled up Colorado. I would say the general rules, because listen, I've got two major problems. One is I have a lot of watches. I have about 300 grand, 350 in watches. Okay. And two is I'm a somewhat of a public personality, especially in the watch
Very
world.
public, I would say.
Right.
100%.
So you mix those two things together. The lady I mentioned earlier is also a public personality, not quite as big, but also, and her watch collection. They knew the watches were there. They probably came for the watches. Watches are a great target. They're small. They fit in your pocket. You can run down the street. It's not like stealing a TV or a car. No one can see what you've got in your big jacket. It could be stacked full of $1 million of watches, and no one can see it.
You could put $1 million dollars worth of watches in the fanny pack.
Right. So it's like the perfect fucking storm. I've had to grapple with this issue now for quite some time. And I would say, yes, decoys are a great thing to have in the house because they're on a timer. A haphazard pattern of life is a brilliant thing because if they're casing you, they can't see a pattern, so they don't know if they're going into the house and you're there or you're not there. They have no way to be sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty vital. And splitting up your collection. If you have 300 grand or 500 grand in watches, and they're all in the house, like that gentleman that you showed earlier who got robbed, his entire collection is gone now. Now it crossed my mind because I've got two banks with two different cassette. How do you say security boxes? What do you call them?
Like a
safety deposit.
Safety deposit.
Yeah,
nice.
And which, by the way, they don't offer in New York anymore. They don't have safety deposit boxes there anymore. But maybe they do for Donald Trump and people like that, but not for the regular people.
I might still get mine, but I'm on the wait list.
Oh, that's awesome! You're on a wait list for one. You've no idea. There's so many here. So I have two. I have two, and it's occurred to me that some of my watches in those boxes, or the watches in those boxes, might be a little less safe than in my home or on my person. Because here in Italy, when they rob a bank, they come in with machine guns. They're heat with De Niro, okay, and Val Kilmer. They do. Italy is the birthplace of modern organized crime. They don't fuck around in this country.
We're here for the bank's watches, not yours.
Not yours. Yours is insured. Yours is covered by the federal government. Don't try to be a hero. Think of your families, right?
Think of your family.
Quote, quote.
I don't want to start quoting movies with you.
So I thought to myself at one point, I was like, it's more likely that the bank will get ripped off by way bigger professionals who are after rare art and crazy collections. You can imagine the money, like what's in my safety deposit boxes is nothing next to what's around it, because you're looking at old Venice money. These are gazillionaires who have been hiding their money. By the way, earlier, John, you mentioned about hiding money. You don't want to leave a nice car in the driveway. The Italians are experts. Italian homes are rarely opulent. The villas here are mostly empty, and they're just
stealth
for tourists
wealth.
to go see. It's stealth wealth. They fucking hide their money. It looks like a regular house, but then you go in and they have floors built underground and shit, and they have crazy art and fucking grand pianos all over the place. But from the outside, it just looks like a regular house. They hide their money in an incredible way. Because why? Because the Italians fuck each other over constantly. They're all trying to rob each other. So no one trusts anyone in this country. And I thought to myself, my place is kind of, it's unassuming. I have weird habits. I have weird timing. I know what I'm doing, blah, blah, blah. It's more likely that the bank that has a regular system of opening and closing at certain times, and that someone can go in and case the fucking place and know exactly where everything is, follow the security guards home to see where they live, blah, blah, blah. It's much more likely that will get ripped off than my house getting ripped off.
Yeah, that's a fair point because again, it's the juicier opportunity, and it's a risk assessment on their part too. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. So if they feel inclined to, again, this is why this guy living in Beverly Hills is a more appealing target than somebody living in a less expensive neighborhood that could potentially be more wealthy or maybe even has a more impressive watch collection. But again, they're not on the radar. And there's also two different topics here. One is prevention, one is response, but the other two is that there's a difference between how you behave in your own home and how you secure your valuables when you're in your own kind of setting versus how you are in the world, when you're outside of the world. And then again, there's other tips and tricks that I think are very common sense and might be very obvious to some people, but I think a lot of people don't practice these skills with any regularity. So again, if you guys want to get into that,
we can look at some other burglary situations here. It's a perfect real life situation. Check this out. Dr. Bob's Nightmare, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Says, make Bernhard goats great again. Thank you. I'm not sure what that means, but this is brought to us by the Dubai expat. I actually met the guy when I was in Dubai. Check this out. It's just two guys. They met up for, I guess, to sell a watch through one of those Facebook marketplaces.
Video, we have a robbery of a private seller.
Watch this.
Most likely he offered his watch online and is meeting the robber, who claims to be a legit buyer, in a coffee shop. You can see them sitting inside the shop, and the thief is acting as if he would be inspecting the watch. And there he's running away with the Rolex. Really sad story, as on top, the
boom. There you go.
The victim is way older. He's twice his age. Look, he can't even move.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There you go. I mean, what can you do in that?
I mean, there's
this kind
so
of
many things wrong with that whole setup.
Right.
That it's just, again,
you shouldn't be, number one, you shouldn't be meeting up at a coffee shop with a stranger to exchange like a $10,000 watch. But that just seems like the basics. But we want to trust other people, right? But like John, I mean,
it's that dumb idea from the movies where you meet. Oh, let's meet up in public. It'll be safe. Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah, so this is again one of those things that I think people should start doing is site surveillance before they arrive. Again, if you're this older guy, you bring somebody else with you, and you arrive earlier than the meeting. You look around, you kind of scope the area out. Again, I would never meet in a public place like this. If you want to meet in a public place, you meet in a bank. You meet someplace where there's security. You meet at a Rolex AD. You meet at, a location. You meet at the police station in your local town. Again, you can go to City Hall. A lot of towns in America, City Hall is right next to the police station. And when you meet inside the police station, you're in a lobby before, you're not going into a secured area. So you can just kind of hang out.
Or you just go to Tim G's house where the Secret Service are parked down the street.
Exactly. You just meet at the White House, that's the easiest way to do it. But yeah, just little things like that, you can tell if you're being followed. This is another thing that happens with these robberies is a lot of times they're not targeting the homes. What they're doing is they're targeting the high-end shopping districts. So if they see somebody walking out of a Rolex boutique, and maybe even if they don't have a bag or they do have a bag, they're going to follow you home, and they're assessing. As soon as you step out, they're looking. They're going, okay, this guy's older. He's walking kind of slow. He's a little heavy. He's having trouble with the curb, stepping into his car. They're gauging all those things about you. Again, it's very animalistic. It's the gazelle that's limping versus the pack of gazelles that are running full speed. And so, again, some of these precautions is simply first just being aware,
aware of your own limitations, right?
Well, you have to be aware of your own limitations, and you have to understand if you are, the less physically capable you are and the more wealthy you are and the more, externally wealthy you appear, the more exponentially, targeted you will be, because you're creating a very juicy opportunity for somebody. So again, stealth wealth is a great, kind of metric to follow here. Be understated as possible. Again, I hate to tell people how to spend their money, but from a security perspective, that would be my advice. But again, even just when you're driving around, look in your rearview mirror, look in your side mirrors, notice when people are around you, when you're getting in and out of your car. Take a visual survey of who's around you. Walk past your car if you think somebody's watching you, if you think somebody's following you. And these are very simple things. If you think you're being followed, this is another easy tip. Make 2 or 3 right turns consecutively. If the car is still behind you, you just drove in a square. You're being followed, right? That's very simple, rudimentary, what we call SDRs, surveillance detection routes. So you're actually looking, and you're never going to your immediate place. Take the long route home. Drive into a bank. If you feel like there's immediate danger, program into your GPS the nearest police station or hospital. Drive there. If this person breaks off all of a sudden because they see that you're pulling into City Hall or the police station, you were about to be the victim of a crime. You just didn't realize it yet. And
that's the funny thing. When you avoid a crime, being a victim of a crime, you're never sure. You never find out. It's just a hunch. It's when the crime happens that you're then sure. So you may have avoided 1,000 crimes in a week, but you have no idea, and you think everything's hunky-dory. I have a couple of things to say, if you don't mind. I'll interject 1 second. Sorry. Please. That scene with that man sitting at the cafe. Oh, I've seen this one. This is a famous one. I can't wait for that one. Anyway, that one. I've been in that situation, not with watches, but with computers, 1,000,000 times. Because that's how I made my money on the side in New York City for a long time. I know every Starbucks in the entire of Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens. Okay, and I'm not exaggerating. It sounds like brouhaha. It's not. I'll write a book someday, guys. The hero will be standing up at the back of your neck. I've been in every different situation. I would say that the first big red flags is if they're very, very late. If you say, I'll meet you at the Starbucks on 48th and 7th or whatever at 5:15, and they come along at 5:45, they make you sit around for a long time, red flag. Because they're looking for you to see where you are. There could be other people sitting at other tables. The other thing is the last minute change of venue. You say, let's meet at the bank, or let's meet at the parking lot near the train station, or whatever you think is a safe place where you trust. And you sit around waiting, and you're getting antsy because you really want to sell, or you really want to buy, or whatever you're trying to do. And you've got the rest of your day to get on with. And there's a last minute change of venue where they say, shit, I can't make it there. Can you come down the street to this other place? I'm just stuck here because I'm waiting for my daughter to come out of ballet lessons, or whatever the fuck bullshit they come up with. That's a last minute change of venue. Do not fall for it. Walk. And that's coming from a guy who's done 10,000 of these exact transactions, not with a $10,000 watch, thank God. But I've been ripped off. Sure, I've been ripped off many times. And I've seen how it works. And I know a lot of people have been ripped off in New York.
If they're making you wait, it's probably like they're waiting for, maybe there's some police cruiser. They're making sure
you're not a cop.
You're not a cop. You're
well,
making
they're
sure
watching. And they're watching
you. They're watching. Make sure they have an easy getaway place as well. If there's some kind of a thing obstructing that's going to leave.
Hey, listen. Sometimes it's a school teacher. She walks in. She's like, she's all flustered, and she's like, "I'm so sorry," and it's okay. Yeah. You realize that you're being a bit paranoid, and there's always that too. You got to keep that in mind.
But this is the other thing I mentioned too before. Everybody has that built-in intuition. And if it feels wrong, it is wrong, and that famous quote from Gavin de Becker's book, The Gift of Fear. There's 2 things about your intuition, and these 2 principles are why you should always listen to it. Your intuition is always based on something, and it always has your best interest at heart. And so what a lot of times people will do when they get into these situations and they analyze it after the fact, they realize all these pre-incident indicators that happened, and they realize them at the time, but they suppressed and minimized those incident indicators because they wanted to appear polite. They didn't want to offend, and I always tell people the worst case scenario is you offend a stranger, right? Who cares?
Right.
The best case scenario is you prevent yourself from being the victim of a violent crime. So you got to weigh those two options, and again, you're exposing yourself to the world with a valuable item, and you're advertising that out the gate, so you do have to take these extra precautions. And again, a reasonable person will understand this. This is another key thing to focus on. If I'm selling a watch and I'm concerned about my security, and the other person, the buyer on the other end of that transaction, is getting these signals where I'm concerned about my security, reasonable people are going to try to accommodate that. They're going to understand, right? But somebody who's trying to manipulate you, they're going to push back. They're going to make you feel like you're overreacting, you're being unreasonable, all these things. So those are very important things to focus on, because those predatory behaviors, again, people think that violent attacks happen where you're just walking down the street and the person just jumps out of nowhere and just attacks you. That might be how it feels, but there are observational cues that people are taking before they make that decision. And if you're paying attention, you can see that guy that's staring at you, right? You can see the look on their face, you can see their posture, you can see their demeanor, and it'll feel wrong. You'll just know it when it happens. It's like love. You can't explain it. You can't describe why you love something, but when you feel it, you just know it. And fear is the same type of thing. It's a chemical response in your brain. You may not immediately understand why, but you know it's happening. And it's very important to listen to that, because those self-preservation mechanisms are built into us, and you ignore them at your peril.
If you feel something's off, or if you got that hair standing up on the back of your neck, then you should be listening.
Yeah, even if you can't make sense of it at the moment. I mean, again, I've had a couple cases where, it's just, you just see something and you don't even know why. I've had this, back when I was, in a patrolling law enforcement capacity, where I would see a car and I'm just like, something's not right. And I'd spin around, get behind them, run the plate, car comes back stolen. And there's all other things, the guy's got a gun, he's got warrants, the car is stolen. And it's like, I have no idea why I focused on that car. I don't know why it stood out to me, but it did, and to this day, there's a very specific incident, and I couldn't tell you why I had that intuition, but it was there, and the last thing you want to do in those situations is ignore that intuition, especially when on the flip side of that coin is your personal safety.
Yeah. It's a good point. Ray, thank you so much for the 25 euro super chat. Should have said skulls instead of skills. Might have been worth throwing 25 fucking euros in to join this debate. I knew I should have drank a pinot with a better X.
Puccini, he didn't spell it right. The O goes before the I, and there's a father on the last I. Puccini, it's a very, very, it's like moonshine in America. Puccini. Yeah, very strong.
Nice. A poutine with a bitter X DARPA employees for less 72 hours. Sorry, John.
It's Morse code, guys. It's Ray is Morse code. He's out in the middle of the ocean,
no offense,
fighting basking shark.
No offense taken, Ray. I do not work for DARPA.
John, you forget. I think sometimes people forget. There's a couple things. Most people will be better off starting off with Googling situational awareness to begin with.
Google
and at least some fundamentals of security. But also from, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, my impression from what I see on the screen, it's a crime of opportunity. The guy saw a soft target and took his chance. I think he would have tried regardless, and then if he got caught and beat up, like, okay, I got caught and beat up, no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know the preamble to this and how this was set up. I think if he knew that this was an elderly person to begin with, then yeah, I think he probably just made up his mind before it even started. But I think if he saw Oshin sitting there, he probably would have just walked by him and just wouldn't have even bothered, because I don't think at any point this was a legitimate transaction where he had $10,000 in his pocket. But I do think that this guy assessed the situation pretty quickly, and when he saw the target, he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm doing this."
He's also got his back to the door. Our victim has his back to the till, wrong way around, easy escape. It's the wrong way around. He should have been sitting the other way. That way, if the guy makes a dash for it, he can stick out his leg and trip him over or whatever. There's all these little details.
Oh my god!
I feel like the guy right there and then. This is just a guess, but he probably right there and then was figuring out, okay, this is a good situation. If it wasn't a good situation, or if it was one of us maybe or whatever, and he saw someone with a little savvy or someone who's ready to break their skull open if they fucking run, then he might go, okay, well, thanks for that. I'll think about it, and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then he walks, and then his mates down the street go, what happened? And he goes, no, it's no go. Let's move on to the next guy. Whereas there, he's looking at the watch, but right in his mind there, he's thinking, this guy is 70 plus. He's sitting on the wrong side of the fucking table. There's no one behind me to grab me. And
even that personnel assessment that he probably did on the victim, I think, again, if you're the victim, you should be doing that assessment on him. And again, I've said this before, I try not to judge a book by its cover, but there's a reason books have covers. Does this kid look like he has $10,000 to spend on a watch?
No.
I don't think he has $10,000 in his net worth. No. So as soon as this kid walks in and that's my buyer, I'm standing up and getting a cup of coffee. And if he says, hey, are you so-and-so? No, sorry, buddy. I don't know who that is. I'm just here getting a coffee. And I walk the fuck out. Yeah. Because if he's not alone, I have bigger problems, right? So again, this is where you deflect and break contact rather than looking for the confrontation. That's again, that if I was this guy, that would have been my approach to this.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to like people who think that selling watch on Facebook Marketplace or on Craigslist, they'll be able to save 10% in transaction fees. This is the danger that you're running into, that you're gonna meet someone who's gonna steal your watch. You gotta be a lot more sensible. Sometimes it's worth paying that Chrono 24 7% fee, or eBay 10% fee, and just shipping it. Then
and even that's dangerous. Again, my advice to anybody that's selling a watch: go to a mom and pop boutique, a gray dealer that actually has a brick and mortar store. These scams are getting more and more complicated. There's layers to these scams. This is where, again, it's not just a one-for-one transaction. These are very sophisticated, layered things. They will string you along. My advice is, watches are not investments. They're assets, but they're not investments. Some pieces can be potentially investments if you buy them from the AD and you're getting, at retail, and that on the market it's available. But, if you're going to sell a Pepsi or a Panda and you go to a gray dealer and you know that it sells for 30 and they offer you 25, 26, just take it. Stop trying to make that extra $1,000 or $2,000 and then risk your own safety, your security, having the watch stolen from you, being attacked. I mean, it's not worth it. This is not something that people do. I mean, think about selling anything else. I mean, how do you sell a car? You go to a dealership. Most people will go to a dealership. Sure, you can list it on certain places, but there's a reason that there's formalized processes for this, and part of that is safety. It's the safety in the transaction, but that comes with a price, right? But in this case, it's a monetary price. Yeah, but it's a monetary price. This also has a price. What you're seeing on the screen, this guy paid a price. It just wasn't money. He paid with his watch, and in a more dire situation, he could have paid with his life. Yeah. So it's just not worth the risk to me.
Yeah. Let's hope it was insured. I mean, next case we have here. This is like a completely different situation. So we had the situation A, where
this guy looks like he's going to a EDL rally.
Yeah.
These guys definitely voted Brexit. This is a famous one. I saw this one years ago. They
I've
go in, there's
never
a guy in a little
seen this one.
office.
I've never seen this
Inside
one.
that blue door, there's a chap who runs some sort of little office of some sort.
Oh man!
Look at the other guy keeping his head down.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
I
guy
mean,
on the right doesn't
Adidas.
give a shit. These guys have both been inside.
The
Okay.
Adidas jumpsuit. I mean, that tells me Russian mob right there. That's that's the uniform.
They're just Brits, but there's a dude inside, and he has a fucking date. I think he has a gold date on or something. And they scope, they check out the scene. They're
And
mustering up a
shortly
little courage. Then they go in and they fucking
Yeah, and so go back
they're
real quick.
inside.
I just want to note a couple things. So this is what I would call pre-assault indicators. I mean, you look at the guy's posture in the hat. Look how he's standing, right? The parsed lips, the direct stare, you know, that little just look at his posture. You know, this looks like somebody that's ready for aggression. And then obviously the other guy, I mean, that sells itself. I mean, if you look, it's not raining. You know, why is he wearing his hood like that? Why is it covering
he's
up
keeping his
whole
head
face?
down too. He doesn't want to get identified.
And then you have
they're very inconspicuous. Everybody walks around like that.
Yeah, and then you have that right as before they go, they have that last second conference, right? When he turns and whispers.
Are
in the
we
guy's
doing
ear.
it? Are we going for it?
Are we
are
doing
walking?
this? Are we
They may
doing
have
this?
passed the day earlier and decided to abort because there was a couple of people in the office also. But they're right there. They're going, okay, we're it's rock and roll now. Let's do it. Yeah.
What's important is that the victim, they saw the victim had a watch and they followed him, and they knew where he works, and now they're coming in for the robbery. So it's like you know, we have to be a lot more careful when we watch when we wear our watches around, and then especially when we go to our places of business. Maybe you know you could wear your if you want to show your watch, maybe during lunch, maybe if it's tucked in, you can you can like show it or like look at it at that time. But before you go back to your place of business or you go back home, maybe it's a good idea to kind of hide it so that you're not kind of being followed to your place.
So why do they have two guys here? One guy's job is to hold the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Is to be physically violent. The other guy's job is to get the watch off the wrist. So you see, one guy is like holding his head, and the other guy is like, I'm getting the watch off his wrist.
By the way, the victim looks like he's wearing the identical sweater that Ray has.
Oh, nice Aaron sweater.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to get to his hand. You see, in that situation, I would let them have it so I could free up my hands. You know?
Yeah, this guy ran out of gas pretty quick.
Yeah, he wasn't. He was taken by surprise. Surprise is the best weapon, of course. The element of surprise is the first thing. Look, he breaks the thing. I've seen it. Yeah. And the guy's in shock. He's in shock now. He has to go to the hospital.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah, and this is this is what they count on again, because most people don't have any real experience with real violence, you know, and this is why I do always advise people. I'm not a gun guy, you know, by the traditional American definition. To me, it's a tool. It's not something that I unfortunately have had to use it. I don't like the fact that, you know, so many people have them walking around. To me, it's like a pilot's license. You know, it should be, my view on it is somewhat paradoxical, but
and before we make the audience irate, if you don't mind me interjecting, 99% of gun owners are responsible and are trained. So
correct.
I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, and I'm not before the chat blows up.
They're worse than the Zios, man.
And I think we're using the term trained really loosely, but yes, they know they know which hand the bullet comes out of.
They're responsible gun owners. Most people are.
Yeah, I think gun ownership breaks down into several layers, but what I'm getting at is I think a lot of people, just like that home security setup, you know, they think because they get a home security, their home is safe. And I think a lot of people buy that firearm, whether it's a pistol or a shotgun or a rifle, and they feel that same sense of safety.
Yeah.
But I think that in a real world situation, again, there's a difference between knowing the nomenclature and the mechanics of your firearm and how it operates, and a difference between that and actual pistol shooting. And even then, pistol shooting at a stationary target is one thing. Pistol shooting at a moving target where your autonomic nervous system is in 100% fight or flight mode, and now you're not focusing on that front sight, and you're focusing on the person and being able to shoot in those environments. That's a completely different skill set. So my suggestion for anybody that doubts this is, if you have this available in your area, go to a gun range and go through a simunition training class where they give you a pistol that fires basically paint pellets. They give you all the gear, and they have you do room clearing scenarios and all that stuff. And you will notice, number one, how adrenaline impacts accuracy and movement, and how adrenaline impacts your fine motor skills and your gross motor skills.
Yeah, in this situation,
you will see a full difference. Yeah. So
this guy's
just be careful.
More likely to shoot himself in the leg if he
but if this guy gets
holster.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times what happens is people get that pistol, they go through a quick CCW course where they're allowed to carry, and they maybe go to the range once in a while, and they think that that's sufficient. And it's a perishable skill.
Just regular physical. Like, how many on the panel have you ever been in a scrap? Have you ever had your head kicked in by a bunch of hoodlums?
Not yet. But
have you ever been in a physical fight, Tim?
No, not yet.
So I have friends in Ireland, because we growing up in Dublin in the 80s and 90s, we all got our heads kicked in by a bunch of fuckers, right? For whatever reason. And the physical fighting thing is just a thing. It's part of school. It's almost part of school. And when you break that, when you pop your cherry, usually the very first time, you're no hero. You're on the ground covering your head as everyone kicks and swings at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happens is something changes in you then.
Mm-hmm.
And I have friends in the music industry who would always say, like, I feel like I never had that fight, and if it ever happens to me, I won't know what to do, because what'll happen is I'll freeze. When you're in a bad dream and you're running away from a monster, and all of a sudden you can't run anymore because everything slows down. This is what happens in your very first one or two fights. You can't move your limbs. They go mad slow. You can't move. You have no agility anymore because you're terrified and you're pumped full of adrenaline. You have those first couple of fights, even though there's shitheads in the school who kick the shit out of you, and you wind up with a broken nose and a broken arm. Now you popped your cherry. And when it happens again, you're a little calmer in the situation. This is why most young teenagers should probably do some form of martial arts, even just for fun or for exercise. But you just get used to men's hands coming at you and digging you or grabbing you. Like, these guys got that guy in a shitty headlock, not even a real headlock. It's not a real headlock at all, right? And no, he would have suffocated him, but he didn't. And if this guy has never, my guess is he's never been in physical fights before, because he isn't doing the right things for those situations. So never mind the guns. If this guy even owns a gun, it's probably in one of those drawers you see in front of you. And it happened too fast. And he can't get to it. He can't get to it. But the physical thing is, and when they leave him, he just drops on the floor like a baby. He's in the fetal position. He's in shock. And this is the thing. It's a terrible thing, I have to say. If anyone attacked one of my kids in school, I'd be after them. But there's also another thing. It's a popping your cherry. It's a roughening up of your character. You come out of it different. You're never the same person again. And the next time it happens, or 3 or 4 times down the line, now you're calmer. Like, think of some MMA dude who was sitting in that chair.
Yeah,
he doesn't need a gun. Fucking gun is only going to complicate things. He'll fucking whip the guy over. He'll remain calm. He'll let them take the watch. So he frees up his hands and legs. They think they're free, and then he's coming after them. So it's a whole different thing,
Yeah, there's definitely, and I think that's what draws people away from this, because this is very rudimentary to a lot of people's basic psychology, where this is something we've kind of hoped we've evolved out of in civil society is that physical violence. And I think a lot of people just don't want to think about this. It's like thinking about death or thinking about a plane crash. These are just uncomfortable things that people ignore, and they just hope that they never happen to them, and they play the odds. And luckily for those of us spending money on watches and living in safe, first world Western societies, the chances of physical violence are very low. But if you're growing up in a rough neighborhood, if you are in the military and law enforcement, this is a daily thing. This is daily in your mind. And I think that's where I think more people need to familiarize themselves to this to some extent. I think somebody mentioned in the comments, join a MMA gym. That's a great, place to go, because again, you learn your capabilities, you learn your capacity, but you also learn, you learn that confidence. You have that self-assuredness about yourself where you know that if this guy comes at me, I know what I'm doing. And you're actually, in a weird way, going around the world looking at that stuff. Is this guy a threat? Is he not a threat? What am I doing if this happens? I'm constantly still doing that shit because it's just ingrained into who I am at this point. But I don't know that that's a bad thing. I think that's better than just kind of being aloof and not paying attention to this stuff. Because when it happens, this is, unfortunately the result. Because
if you're one of those unfortunates out there who has been attacked and assaulted, and that's a terrible thing and a traumatic thing, you've actually been given a gift. There is a silver lining to that cloud. You broke a seal. There's something in your brain you don't realize that has now broken, and you're in a new place. I truly believe this because I know a lot of people have been in a lot of physical violence, me too, and it changes you. And now you're a totally different person. It's a strange thing. It's like losing your virginity or something. I don't know what it is. It's a strange thing. It's just now you're on the other side of that. And maybe you'll be a less compassionate person somehow. I don't know what the ins and outs of it are, but you're not going to freeze up the same way as you froze up that first time.
It depends on the person.
Something you have to go through.
Fair enough, but it also depends on the person. Some people just stay in that place. It's like getting in a car crash, and some people just swear off driving, right?
Yeah. So then he's not gonna ever wear a watch, maybe, but that's not a solution, right? If you could.
No, it isn't. I'm just saying, depends on the individual. Some people just stay in that place and stay with that trauma and never really deal with it.
Yeah, I think it's important. Like the important lesson here is that, listen, if you're gonna be wearing these watches, maybe if you join, I mean, if you always wanted to join some kind of doesn't have to be MMA club, but it could be any kind of martial art or,
it could be
whatever.
Anything,
worst case scenario is you're getting a lot of exercise, like
just sparring, just simple boxing and sparring.
It's
I just think
great
the key
exercise.
takeaway, I think
character.
The key takeaway from this is the more exposed you are to security risks, the more internally motivated you should be to take security precautions. That's kind of, I think, the lesson. So, if you're walking around and you don't have anything of value, you're really unlikely to be victimized for anything that isn't there. But if you're walking around with valuable things, you're driving a nice car, you're living in a nice home, you have money, and then you're externally projecting that wealth through nice clothes, a watch, you got to start to be self-conscious of these things. You got to start to become aware of the risks involved in this stuff. It's like letting people into your life. If you have multiple friends, you have to kind of gauge, okay, do I really want to be friends with this person? Do I have anything to worry about here? We do this risk assessment with everything else, and it is kind of shocking to me that people are putting on a $50,000 watch and stepping outside their home, and they have absolutely no earthly consideration of maybe there's somebody out there that wants this thing that I have, and they're going to try to take it. And it's just that's what it boils down to.
Right, but how many people have been in that position before? How many people have been, I don't know, how many people walked around in a country where they're the only white person or a bad neighborhood? We give some of our experiences we give for granted, right? Like your approach to situational awareness and threat assessment, or like Hashim's. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm guessing you have some experience in your life of being in some rough places, knowing how to carry yourself, right? Some people are just a fish out of water. They've never had violence, never worried about it, and something that happens to other people, and then when it happens to them, they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. My friends were like all about that. One guy in particular who I know very well for a very, very long time, and he would always say that. He was like, the older I get, because he recognized this thing, and he was like, now I'm in my 30s, now I'm in my 40s, and I still haven't been in just a regular common scrap. That's what we call it in Ireland, a scrap. Just even with a friend, just anyone, a scrap, a punch out, a physical altercation with another man. I've never had it. And he always, it would bug him, it would annoy him. And he was right to be annoyed because he doesn't know what's on the other side of that wall. He doesn't know. It's a thing that would make him afraid all the time because he's like, I never cut my teeth with that. Again, it's like I never lost my virginity, right? That's a little bit different, but it's a similar thing. It's like I don't know what a woman's parts are like or whatever. I don't want to get too graphic, but what I mean by it is it's a fear of the other side of the unknown. What's inside that dark cave? Well, there isn't much. There's a lot of grabbing, there's a lot of pushing, and the most important thing I would say is that when you're in that situation, you freeze up a lot, and it's like the dream where you can't run away from the monster. All of a sudden you have quicksand under your feet, everything slows down. This is what happens, and the more you're in these altercations, the more you get used to that. And the only way to do it in a friendly, not upsetting manner is to do a little bit of sparring at your local gym with some boxer. Doesn't have to be heavy or aggressive. Just get used to the idea of someone else's body coming at you. Out of breath. That's the first thing.
Being out of breath.
You lose your breath immediately. That's the first thing. You hyperventilate.
Because people hold their breath.
Yeah. 30 seconds later, you have no breath. You can't stand up. These are things it becomes familiar. I had a very, very rough childhood with these things. I grew up in fucking Dublin in the 80s and 90s. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. But now that I look back, I'm glad I went through that. I'm glad I did. Because, I'm in a nightclub and some fucking fight breaks out. I stand back. My hands come out of my pockets immediately. My hands widen and I stand back and I circle the situation. And I've had friends say to me, Jesus, you went into weird mode, like a weird control mode there. I was like, it's instinct, man. I don't know how many times I've been in this kind of thing, and I'm just watching for all movement around me, where everything goes, and I'm staying at a clear distance from chairs falling over or whatever. I'm just these are like these weird robotic skills that start getting what's the word?
It's muscle memory. It's muscle memory.
Muscle memory. Yeah.
Second nature. Yeah. But I do want to differentiate you real quick before we move on. There's a difference.
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt right quick? I apologize. But I need to jump off. I just wanted to come in to say hello and just check in with Timmy and stuff. And I'll leave you with this. The first rule to the zombie apocalypse survival is cardio.
Cardio.
It's very good.
I like that.
Nice.
Good talking to you, gents. Have a good evening. Yeah. We'll see you. So I'll be in the chat and stuff.
I like it. I'm
Good talking
a runner.
Honor, pleasure.
Take it easy.
You don't have to outrun. I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
Yeah.
But, the slowest runner.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is just differentiating between expertise and just a basic understanding. Again, I'm not suggesting that people need to become MMA, champions or, SEAL Team 6 operators where they can clear rooms, at night. But just having that basic awareness is what I'm advocating for. And it's kind of like the difference between being a race car driver and just being a good defensive driver. I don't drive with the idea that car accidents don't happen to people like me. And I think that's how a lot of people are operating in the world. They're operating in that mindset that, well, robberies don't happen to people like me. Violence doesn't happen to people like me. And that lack of preparation is what I'm trying to kind of inoculate people from, because you could be driving in your car and you're a very safe driver, but if you're not paying attention to the other drivers on the road and what they're doing, and you're not reacting based on their behavior.
Something happened.
Oh, we lost you, John. We lost you, man.
I dropped the link again.
Great conversation, though, I have to say. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Kojak, by the way, congrats on the British win tonight.
Thanks very much, guys.
They played. They were the better team. They did well, and that final goal was saved us all from a painful 45 minutes of fucking penalties and all of that. Yeah.
Sorry, got booted there. Not sure what happened.
Hey, you're back. You're back.
Conversation tonight. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hey, Kojak, let's let John finish his.
Yeah, sorry, that was pretty much it. I was just trying to get people to think about that stuff as a possibility and not an outlier of things that happen to other people. So that's just my car accident analogy. Is you're still driving defensively, paying attention to the weather conditions, the road, the other drivers, as well as being responsible for your own behavior. And I think violence is the same thing. You're interacting with other people in the world. There's environmental conditions that you have to be aware of, but you also have to be aware of other people and their intentions, and just being prepared to respond to that if something happens. So
I guess O'Sheen was referring to some really important things, I think, that we don't usually normally pick up, and you couldn't put your you couldn't like explain it 100%, but you said that being in the fight almost kind of flips a switch somewhere inside of you, and you're not the same after that. There's the person you were before you were in the fight, and then once you were in the fight, there's certain switch that's flipped, and you react now to the world differently because of that interaction, and it's a good thing, especially for you. You said you had it early in life, and you feel like you benefited from that switch being flipped. Right.
Well, only last week I was in that situation. Remember I came back and Elton was on. He won all that money. And I had been in that situation where there was these Sicilian guys, and one of the guys had murder in his eyes. I know when I see it. And everyone's having fun, and this guy was not. And he was ready for an altercation. And when I did all of that kind of stuff, because I did join some martial arts when I was younger, you have to do it in fucking Dublin, man. You have to do it because the place is terrible. Everybody, they don't need guns, these guys. They'll fucking rip your eyes out of your head and laugh. Like, it's mad. It's just madness. Wow. And we didn't have guns. We still don't have guns. They're not legal on the streets of Ireland. And but they don't need them, as I said. But this guy, we used to always say, like, the most trained guys, the most dangerous guy in the room walks away from the altercation. He doesn't get into the altercation. That's because that's the first rule. You avoid the conflict first. Getting into the conflict is the last resort. And I looked at the dude. Everyone was freaking out because I had these northern Italian guys next to me and these Sicilians, completely different breed, okay, right there, who happened to be here in Venice. And they felt offended because we were hitting on the girls that they were hitting on, right? And in the end, the girls just walked away from everybody. I don't know what they felt, but this guy had, he wanted a problem, and he was talking to his friends and trying to get them going. And I just kind of looked through it, like fucking 3 bottles of fucking wine in me or whatever. And I just kind of went, dude, we're all mates. And I gave him hugs, and I just diffused. I was just like, and I shook his hand. I was like, dude, I'm Irish, the Irish and the Sicilians, we're secret brothers. It's bollocks. We're not. But I just said all this shit to make him calm down, to just deflate his balloon. And in the end, he shook the hand and he calmed down and so on. That was my first step. But the other lads are like, we're ready. Like, we want to get it on. I'm going to kick that guy's head in. I was like, listen, you have the best friend in the world right now. You have a drunk Irish man. There is no, I will go to jail with a smile on my face. But let's try option number 1, and that is, let's hug it out and everybody walks home and we just narrowly escape that problem. Now, I would not have those skills if I didn't go to fucking St. Joseph's School in the 1980s in Dublin. I would not have those skills because that toughened me up, for that shit.
It's the gun in the holster. the capacity for violence. You have it, but you know, people that
I can only imagine the United States when people are walking around armed, and a simple disagreement at a bar can turn into a mass murder.
And this is where I always warn people, you know, de-escalate, buy the guy a drink, walk away, walk out if you have to. You know, I'm not going to prison over an insult.
Right.
Exactly. So, like the other guys, maybe they haven't been into the fights. They don't know all the beginnings and the ends, and that the fight doesn't end here. It ends like 5 days later when you're recovering.
And just the legal aspects of it. I mean, even the legal aspects of a physical altercation. You punch somebody, they fall and hit their head on the curb. Now they have a brain injury, and now their family sues you for the medical bills.
Oh my God, there's so many bad things.
You don't even have to worry about jail time at that point. I mean, you're going to be financially obliterated because just going through the trial, you know, like there's a lot of these things that people just aren't considering when they're just immediately short-circuiting their brain and just resorting to throwing fists. So I'll be the first guy you can call me a pussy. I'll be a pussy at home. And you'll be in jail as a tough guy. Great, you know. That's
yet another reason to have an NHS system where treatment is free. So
hold on, Kojak, you're having audio issues. Can you?
God damn it!
Hello, Kojak.
TW09 said that's what happened to Jaco. If you're talking about Jaco Pastorius, he was pushed. One of the greatest, maybe the greatest bass player of all time in New York City. He was a little drunk trying to get into a bar. I believe it was 55 bar downtown on the west side, the village, West Village. And he was pushed or something. He was shoved and he hit his head and boom, we lost one of the greats.
Jesus.
Yeah,
by the way,
that doesn't take much.
Huge shout out to my watch channel for gifting another 10 memberships. Let's see who got those memberships now. Oh, there we go. Captain Kirk got a membership. I'm sure you're gonna like that, O'Shane. Collector. Shout out to Collector Investor, Slava 8, Mr. Skydweller, The Goths, Steven Stern, Fairly Fell, Harold, Tony Montana got a. Holy crap, we got Tony Montana watching.
Tony Montana.
Yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
And Thomas G, guys, enjoy your newly received memberships courtesy of my watch channel. And Ray, another 10 euro super chat. My watch community definition of immunity. Thank you. After the witching hour, gonna jump on in silence. No problem there, Ray. Glad to have you, enjoying the shows. But love Ray. Ray is trying to save a dying industry in Ireland. Bring back those the sweaters manufacturing. Did you see it, Shane? Like,
yeah, I saw. Well, I mean, it's not a dying industry; it's thriving, but not the real stuff. Like it's Chinese-made stuff, right? So he's making the real Aran sweaters. Yeah, those things will keep you warm, man.
That's right.
And the matching beret.
And the matching beret. It
the
looks
matching
like
mustache. He looks like a fisherman.
Oh yeah, he's the real deal. Did you, by the way, O'Shane?
I wouldn't get in a fight with Ray, by the way.
No, I'm not fighting anybody with that mustache.
No, like you don't want to get in a fight with a West of Ireland dude who, most wrestles with sheep and goats on a regular basis.
No,
you don't stand a chance.
That looks like a guy whose ancestors slaughtered British soldiers for fun.
Right. So you don't want to. Actually, they were my ancestors, but that's okay. I'm sure his ancestors did it.
Yeah, yours too, probably.
Yeah, pretty freaking crazy there. But let's watch a few more situations. I don't know how much time you guys have left.
I want to see these. These are it's very interesting.
Let's go to the next one. This is a crazy situation.
Look at these lads, fucking room full of boys.
Watch this. There's a guy getting a haircut.
You can tell this is not America because he pulls out a machete.
Yeah. Well, This could be like UK. This looks very UK to me.
I think it's UK. Yeah.
Yeah.
UK.
Look at that. They-
Like,
First of all, what the fuck is with the boys? Like all these heavy set lads, they can't get in and fucking.
I know, right? That everybody else is just I think nobody else wants to get cut by
Yeah,
that
sure.
big knife. But
fight,
it's,
flight, freeze.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how practical those actually are. I would think a knife with the smaller, shorter blade would actually
Totally.
be
Yeah.
more-
Machete is just it's symbolism.
Yeah.
To use a machete properly, you have to raise it up over your head and lunge down. It's a cleaver, basically. That's
Yeah, but
it's
in
not
such a close, confined space, they're basically useless, right?
totally useless.
Yeah, that's why
They could have
I mean,
overcome these fellas pretty easily, but they were all taken by surprise.
Yeah,
They're probably good Muslim fellas as well. They believe in peace and harmony.
yeah. It's just so funny.
see.
They have tea.
Fuck
They
him,
have tea
take the
parties
haircut.
on a Saturday. That's what the Muslim boys do. They don't drink booze. They fucking drink tea.
He pushed
you
them
know.
aside and said, "Hey, this guy is wearing an expensive watch. We're taking it, and there's nothing you can do." And
Does
then the
he
guy
keep
goes
cutting-
back to getting a
He
haircut.
just keeps cutting his hair like nothing happened.
Well,
Maybe it's for the best. Nobody got hurt. It's just a watch. You
Yeah.
know, that's the other thing, man. It's like sometimes it's just like let them walk away with it because the alternative could be trouble. You know, just that.
Well, if you got it, this is the beauty of insurance, right? If you have insurance, you're covered, and you don't really. You could just tell, people at the barbershop, like, "Hey, don't try to get in here,"
Yeah, like De
That-
Niro said in Heat,
Yeah.
think of your families. Don't try to be a hero. Your money is
Yeah.
insured by the federal government.
That's right.
Exactly, and just hey, I got the Hodinky insurance here. Here you
My
go,
watch
boys.
is
Take
insured
it, do
with
whatever you
digital
want
watch vault.
with it. Digital watch vault.
It will not be sold on the black market or the gray market. I'm
Isn't
safe.
that the big thing, though? Just insure the watches. I mean,
That's a huge
isn't
part
that
of
the,
it. Yeah,
isn't
that's a
that the
huge part
answer
of it.
to all of these problems? Just insure the goddamn things.
I mean, it is funny. I was in a car accident back in 2012, and it was a pretty bad car accident as far as like the vehicle was concerned. And the first thing I thought of was, "Oh, I'm getting a new car." Once I realized I was okay, my first thought was, "Oh, I guess it's time to go car shopping because this thing is totaled." But it's because of insurance. Yeah, so it's your orientation matters. I think the big thing too is a lot of people fight back because their ego, and their pride, and they don't
Sure.
want to, be taken advantage of. And again, if you don't know your capabilities and limitations, you could be, playing with cards you don't have.
Right.
There
One
you
thing's
go,
for
yeah.
sure: when you're in these situations, the perpetrators, have been in a lot of these situations. Most likely, this is not their first rodeo. They may have done time already, and now you've got no experience, and they have 100 times. What's going on, Kojak? Your
Yeah, it's
audio's-
Kojak. Your audio is fucked.
I'm hearing myself back.
Yeah, we can hear feedback.
Just
You need
mute
to
him for a
use-
second.
Yeah, you need to use headphones. Use headphones, please.
Kojak is on his speakerphone on his answering machine on a landline.
Yeah, it sounds like that, doesn't it? But it's the same thing with a pistol. You might have a pistol in your house. Maybe you even shot it a bunch of times on a range. But some guy comes into your house. He's probably shot people with that pistol. So there's we used to
the
always be taught
calculation you
years
should
ago.
take. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. If you have a weapon in the house, it's more likely to be taken off you and used on you than you get to successfully, cleanly use it on the perpetrator. We love those. I love those videos where you see some guy in a liquor store being held up and he's got a gun right under the counter and he pulls it out and he uses it and we all jump up and say hooray. They're the great situations that we all hope for. The chances of that happening cleanly and properly without any hiccups are just like 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 1,000,000. And again, these guys have done a lot of this stuff. Their adrenaline level is low, and yours is very high. because they've just done this so much, and it's not unusual for them to point a gun at a person, whereas it's unusual for the rest of us.
Yeah, and the orientation is also different because they're going into the situation not only in some cases expecting violence, but very willing to dispense violence. You're not in that setting. It's not like you're both in a boxing ring and you know that there's about to be a fight and you're mentally prepared. You're caught off guard to some extent because this guy's just getting his hair cut. You know, the last thing he's expecting is somebody to walk in with a machete and pull his, you know, his watch off his wrist. So the reactionary, you know, it's what we call the reactionary gap. You know, that reactionary gap is huge in this type of setting because you're completely unprepared.
You know, the big knives, they're more like useful at instilling fear into people than actually practical. So I mean, these guys freaking pulled out those big blades. Everybody was probably so shocked that they couldn't even get up, even if they tried. But if they had like more practical, smaller knives, you know, those might not have been more scary, but they could have been deadlier. But it looks like these guys wanted a quick getaway. They're in. They showed the knives, right? Everybody freaking froze when 3 guys in masks and these big blades, you know, showed up. Everybody froze. They took the watch and they're out. I don't think they're like. Look at them. They're fucking skinny. 90 pounds freaking twigs. You can body one of these and they all fall. You know, this is like cam equivalent. You know,
but even the organizations was throwing everybody off because you can see the guy in the white. His job is crowd control, right? So he's not focused on the guy with the watch. He's, you know, and you can tell when they walk in. They immediately disperse inside the room, right? So watch, this guy walks in, this guy walks in, right?
There we go.
And they immediately look. He walks over and he's providing kind of like
he's providing a perimeter.
Yeah, he's building a perimeter there. So 2 guys are watching the victim. And the other guy is, and look, right as he leaves, he looks.
He's the last guy to leave. That's so
door.
funny.
Yeah.
That is really well put together. Listen, it is crazy that the dude went straight back to the haircut like within a second. That is fucking freaky. But
I wonder if he still charged him for the haircut. That's the real
right.
question. Did he still charge?
I hate to commend the thieves. I'm not doing that. But there was no violence. They didn't hack the guy's hand off.
Yeah.
It went without hiccup. No one was hurt. They took the watch. They left. Everything went smoothly for everyone. It's not a commendable thing, but there wasn't any bloodshed. It
was under 30 seconds.
I would have been much. Listen. I would, if I was gonna get robbed, I would have preferred these 3 guys than these 2 stooges.
Yeah, because they attacked the fella. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they attacked him. They choked him. They twisted his arm. I mean, this was a disaster compared to this. What smooth. This is what's called a smooth transaction. The guy was getting a fade, and they kind of
he almost caught a fade.
Yeah, it almost got a fade.
Can you guys hear me now?
Hey, now we can hear you, Kojak.
Jesus Christ! All right, first of all, I need to write a couple of things. Oshin, a bit of tautology there from you. You said drunk Irishman. Either one of those words would have done. Thanks for the congratulations for England winning. So that's good. I'm actually in Greece at the moment, so it's 2:30 in the morning here. Yeah. Wow. So I've got rich man's Wi-Fi problems.
Got it.
You were saying 1%, 99% of people are trained in the use of guns in America. Well, with 400 million civilian firearms in America, that's still a hell of a lot of guns in irresponsible people's hands.
I was being nice, man. because I've already incited the ire of that crowd before a couple of times, and I don't want to make that mistake again. Everyone out there who has a firearm in the United States, in particular, wants to feel like they're the one being responsible. So I'm just appeasing the crowd. It's probably a way less number. They're probably not trained at all, but they all like to think that they're doing it properly. So I'm just going to give them that.
And it would behoove you to try and draw a correlation between the number of civilian firearms in America and the number of deaths per 100,000 capita in America. No relationship whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah. Well, most deaths in America that are firearm related are actually suicides.
Yes, correct. About 53% think about suicide, but that still leaves quite a lot used for homicides. But anyway, we're not going to solve that problem tonight.
No,
or any night. But no, I mean, I wanted to apologize as well, Oshin, because your situational awareness at Geneva wasn't great. Because when I tapped you on the shoulder, it looked like you had to shit yourself. So I apologize.
What happened? I can't remember.
You were streaming. I tapped you outside, Rolex. I tapped you on the shoulder, and you sort of you shimmied a little bit as if like, oh my god, what's going on? So I apologize in advance.
Oh no, yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
Bringing that on. But I mean, it's I think the question that needs to be raised is that look, we can all be Monday morning quarterbacks in all these sort of situations. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. The reality is that fear is the mother of violence, as Peter Gabriel once famously sang. Having a gun might give you some comfort, but if you can't, like in the case of Mike and Josh when they were burgled in their store and they were packing, they couldn't get to their guns in time, and then they probably felt foolish about it afterwards because they said we'd taken the precautions of being armed, and yet we couldn't use it because in that situation the path of least resistance to avoid anyone getting killed would be just to go, whatever. Just
Mike and Josh forgot to lock the doors. What are you talking about? I mean,
there was a time between the guys getting into the doors and then sort of it could have been a shootout.
But if the door was locked and those guys were banging on the door to break through, that would have given them enough time. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of a wash, right?
I'm just saying that all this stuff, John was talking about car driving and stuff like that. I've got a bit of an experience in motor racing, and you sort of learn about when a car in front of you spins out. You know roughly where it's going to go. It typically will spin outwards, and the problem is that when somebody doesn't press the brake and they're spinning back onto the track and becoming unpredictable, that's the issue there. So situational awareness will only get you so far. Over and above that, if someone has already targeted you, it doesn't matter whether you're packing heat, it doesn't matter if you've got a safe, it doesn't matter if you've got bouncers around you. If someone's got their intention to do something to you, and they're sort of in a position to be able to judge, what do I need to go through to get to my objective? It doesn't matter how well prepared you are. It doesn't matter. There is still going to be an issue.
I totally agree. I mean, you're right. It's like any argument. You're in an argument with someone, you say a certain amount of things, then later it goes through your head. Oh, I should have said that I should have said this. There's a lot of stuff in the moment, in the heat of the moment, that can go different ways. Ask any real fighter, anybody who really gets in a ring. They don't know how it's going to go, and it could be a split-second decision that turns it into a failure. It's hard to prepare yourself for these things. It really is.
But if we look at all of these different situations, right, they have something in common, right? Like people who got robbed, they felt that they were more secure than they actually were, and they were carrying maybe I don't know about whether they could afford to get these things stolen, but once they got stolen, did they have insurance, right? Because if they had insurance, okay, then maybe it's no big deal, especially for this guy. I don't understand. Like, for example, this guy, right? What the heck is he all resisting if he had insurance? Probably he didn't. So he's got this really expensive watch that it's not covered by insurance, and so if a situation like this arises, he can't just give it up. They have to take it from him. Where you would hope that if it wasn't insured, he would just be like, okay, lads, here you go. Take
So many
it.
things will change the setting. Like if
Yeah.
I was with my daughter
Mm-hmm.
out and there was some sort of threat like that, I would take that into account, because I would probably most likely let them take the watch, because I'd be thinking about her getting caught up in this altercation.
Yes.
If I'm by myself, I might, I'll choose a different path perhaps and go, fuck you guys, whatever. But I'm thinking about her. She's in some way, she's a handicap for me, because I'm like, no, she's the most important thing here. I don't care about whatever else happens. I'll let them fucking humiliate me and take the watch, whatever they do, because I'm thinking the last thing I want is fists and knives and possibly guns, and boom, she gets hit or she gets caught up in that stuff. And she's 5'3", like she's not, she can't be dragged into a situation like that. So I would take that into account, in the second. And you might look at the security camera footage and go, this guy's a wuss. Like, why didn't he fight back? But in the back of my mind, I've got another person. If I'm by myself, it's a totally different thing,
Yeah, and that's all I'm advocating, is that situational awareness. That part of that is that analytics, of thinking about all the circumstances, where you are, who you're with, how drunk are you, how capable are you physically. That all goes into that situational awareness. So again, I'm not suggesting that everybody is going to be safe if they follow this rigid procedure. And again, it's just I use the car accident analogy. Very safe drivers still get into car accidents, even fatal ones. So all the best preparation may not negate the result, but what I'm advocating for is one, actually being aware of the fact that these sorts of things can happen to you, even if you're wearing a relatively inexpensive watch, or even if you're not wearing a watch. Somebody could rob you because they want your phone. So once you kind of, inoculate yourself of the idea that violence doesn't happen to people like me, then you start to theorize, okay, can I respond? Well, if I can't respond to violence, I need to avoid violence. Now, how do I do that? And you start to kind of go through this mental process of analyzing situations with that in mind. And I think because we live in such safe societies, very few people go into routine interactions like going to dinner and have to consider, well, what happens if somebody comes in here and starts to rob the place? Or what happens if, when I'm walking from the restaurant to my car, a guy walks up and wants my watch, or wants my phone, or wants my wallet, or wants my wife's, engagement ring. And so all that just kind of reframes your focus on the world. And that's all I'm suggesting. Now, what you do with that information is up to you. That's a personal decision. Again, if you don't feel comfortable having a gun in your home, I totally understand. But then you need to develop an escape plan, right? So if somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night and you can't defend yourself, you need to have a strategy of, okay, my bedroom has a door that leads to the backyard. Hey, if this happens, we're grabbing our phones, we're running out the back door, and we're calling the cops, and we're going to the neighbor's house, right? So just developing those little techniques is what I'm suggesting. And I think people that don't perceive that these things can happen to them, they don't even have a rudimentary plan, and they're shocked and surprised when these things happen. And that's what you're seeing on display. Is a lack of preparation.
What the heck? What the heck kind of room was this that the guys just trapped himself into? How could these guys just walk in like through the door and gain such access to him so easily? And he's sitting there with a $40,000 watch, right? So he's made some mistakes here. He was thinking
they wouldn't be there if they didn't think those holes weren't in his setup. They wouldn't have. They've already talked about he leaves the door ajar and easy to walk into. He wears the watch often. He's in the office by himself. His secretary leaves at around 1 to go pick up sandwiches. and she comes back at about 1:20. We have her. They've already cased the place out, and that's why they've arrived. They even know there's a security camera watching them. One of the guys has already been on the inside, and he doesn't want to get reconvicted. The other guy simply doesn't give a shit for some reason. I don't know why. And they've already, they wouldn't be there if the guy had a proper security system on his door. If he wasn't an easy target, they would have never shown up in the first place, I think.
Can we scrub back a little bit to the scene outside the store?
The fellas?
Just to,
there we go.
Yeah, just the fella. That Ray Ray.
It actually looks a bit like Adrian Barker, like a tougher, a tougher Adrian Barker.
That's an Adrian Barker if he goes to prison for about 10 years.
Right. Or if he stays in Scotland for another 10
The guy
years.
definitely is wearing Ray Ray's sweater. But
do you have more videos? Do you have more stuff?
Yeah, there's more. There's more. I'm gonna play you guys another one. This one is crazy. This next one.
Did you guys? Are you going to be showing that one that happened in Richmond, London, about a couple of months ago?
Is
that guy?
Is it this one?
No, it's the one. No, it was like three guys in the two guys and the guy in the store. It's a grey market dealer in Richmond.
Oh, I know. We already talked about
They
that.
had a headlock in it, and that didn't.
It's very similar to this one, so I think there's no problem. But this next one, this is AD related. Look at this. This is these guys rob a gray market dealer.
Well, yeah, he has a shopping bag in his hand. This is very clever.
Yeah.
Because often, if they see nice big shopping bags in your hand, they think you've been out shopping all day. You've got 20 grand to drop. Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, he's dressed well. The second it gets buzzed, the other lads arrive. This is what happens. Yeah, watch. In they come. Boom.
Oh! Suddenly, yeah. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Very clever.
Got a pistol weapon.
Yeah. And I think he gets pretty badly injured here because they've been kicking him as well. And look at this, in the shopping bag, they got all the gear, all the necessary stuff.
Motorcycle helmet. They've got the motorcycle still fired
Somewhere
up outside,
parked.
ready to rock.
Yeah. And here they go with the smashing the windows. Pretty easy. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, it's being a dealer, like having retail store is freaking dangerous. Like, look at this shit. I mean, the guy was probably in shock now. Like, this is heart attack inducing kind of stuff.
Where was this? Where was this based?
This was, I think this is UK somewhere, or is this Paris? I think this might be Paris. Hold on, because there's a footage from the outside.
Why is it always the UK or Paris? Why?
Yeah, I think
it's never. It's never Texas unless it's staged.
These are the moments where you kind of wish they had the Texas laws a little bit, because.
Hey, what kind of police is that? Look at this. That's Paris. It looks like a Paris street.
If you had audio, you could hear those terrible sirens.
Yeah, right.
You can hear luckily they got caught. But like this is crazy.
I love the ones where they lock the people in. Like the guy robs the place, but then he can't get out the door. Security measure. And then there's my friend here who has a gray market store. He has a new system where it fogs up the entire inside of the store, so you can't see anything in front of you.
Oh, that's freaking brilliant.
Yeah.
Because they would be smashing they wouldn't be able to see anything what they're smashing in that room.
They get lost when
Oh, it's kind of genius.
And you see this in San Francisco. I was in Minneapolis, I think. I was in the mall, and there's cops. I mean, there's literally cops standing in the AD. In San Francisco, I think it was on Market Street. There's a Rolex AD there, and they won't even let you in the store until the security guard steps out, talks to you a little bit, kind of assesses you. They see if anybody else is with you, and they have a limit on how many people can be in the store at the same time. and there's 3 security guards. There's one that's responsible for the door, letting people in and out, and there's 2 guys in the store kind of watching around, watching
Well,
you while
on
you're in the
Market
store.
Street,
Yeah.
it's I don't know why
Yeah.
business they have being on Market Street. That's always been a mess. Here in Italy, guys, this is how it works. You have a guy outside, and he has a firearm, sometimes a really intimidating firearm, and he's standing outside all day long. Then you have 2 doors. You go through one door, you're buzzed in, and you have to stay inside the 2 doors till the one behind you closes and locks, and then you get buzzed through the next one. And then there's a guy on the inside who has a firearm. They don't fuck around in this country, man.
And these guys are serious. I mean, they're crashing through police barricades.
Yeah.
So they do not want to be caught.
I think that is you got to think about the unintended consequences of, like, you know, situational awareness and the measures you try and take. So, like, you know, like we're talking about protecting our loved ones and taking out insurance. And if you got insurance, then just let them deal with it. But then you might become uninsurable. So, like, it's, you know, insurance will only work if the insurance company as a whole is making money. If everyone's making claims, then you're going to become uninsurable to a certain extent. And then what do you do then? So, you know, like, you know, I'm more concerned about my loved one, my wife. That's the only thing that matters to me. I make sure. No, she said, like, don't worry when you're not around. I spend time with my gym instructor, my yoga instructor, my tennis instructor. She's going to a lot of instructions. I don't know what she's doing, but she comes back home very, very tired. So I don't know what the unintended consequences of all that is.
I see what you did there.
But listen, I mean, this guy, if there's the way we have to understand this is that, like, this situation where this guy is alone in this shop might happen once per week, and it might seem like it's no big deal. But hey, if the thieves find that out, they're gonna exploit the weakest point.
Right. So what's the weakest point in this situation? Similar to Mike and Josh, they didn't have double doors installed.
No double doors. There's nobody else in the location. You know, he's just there by himself, without any kind of security whatsoever. I mean, this is sitting duck, with his security is that.
That's why they picked him.
Yeah.
There's a place down the street that has all those precautions, and they didn't pick that place. They picked this place.
Yep.
But if everyone had those precautions, then it would just escalate. You know, like Sean Connery in Burglars, you bring a knife, you know, they bring a gun, so it just escalates.
Yeah. And look at how awful the buzzer is. Literally, to buzz someone in, you have to look away. You have to go to the side of the wall. Look at this. And somewhere there is a button. So while you're pressing this, you can't see anything that the person is doing, you know, waiting at the door. Like, what that opens it up. I mean, and that's
the clever thing that this guy did is he was well dressed, kind of half well dressed. He had a blazer on, jacket, and he had that shopping bag. That's the thing. You see them do it, you know. They look at the bags you have in your hand, and you see sales assistants smile at you, and you have an Hermes or a Canali bag or whatever in your hand, like you've just come from there and you've dropped thousands. You're on the spending spree, and that's what they want. So it was a very smart move for them, for the thieves.
Yeah, clever guy. Is another one. This one. What's this?
He just drives through. No,
he just drives through.
Oh my god, that was easy.
Easy.
Didn't even hurt the car much.
Yeah, it didn't took much, right? Like, hey, that's.
They stolen car as well.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh,
clean
but
job.
there's the.
Oh, they had the
smoke security. Let's see what happens there. By the way, Dr. Bob's Nightmare says, buy Quinn Gang watches and the problem is solved. Oh, look at this.
This is
smoke.
in England.
The smoke actually clears them out. It's amazing. by the way, shout out to Carolyn Martin. She's in the chat.
Or she recognized the date of the other video. You have to notice as well, they have gloves and long sleeves because most of these guys are tatted up from when they were inside. And they're easily identifiable from the tattoos. It's the greatest thing for law enforcement is tattoos because they're so easy to trace and to recognize.
Tattoos and license plates.
Yeah, and this lady was trying to acquire. You can see this was a Rolex boutique. Trying to get that license number, but it's probably going to be some kind of.
I always think that's crazy. They always get in the same car. I would disperse. I would send all the guys in different directions. They'll get in the same car. No, that's one target. It's so weird to me, but maybe they know what they're doing better than I would. But I would send them all in different directions. So the cops are. If they find they chase one guy, then the other guy has half the watches, and they still get away with something.
I thought this was the video where the London police finally decided to put decoys out of undercover cops.
Check this one out. This is another one. They're ready. Getting ready. You think why are they parking on the sidewalk?
They gotta back into it. Wow,
that's pretty good.
Boom.
Bam, and
right in.
Get in, boys.
Done. Job done.
Free money. Free jewelry. And they did you see they went in with trash buckets?
They don't care how they take it out.
Yeah.
They don't need a nice fancy Rolex bag.
They don't care if you scratch it up.
They'll sell it anyway for pennies on the dollar. It's still free money for them.
It's all profit.
Yeah.
Look how long they're in there. That's crazy. There's traffic going.
At least it's
by.
at night. Nobody's going to get threatened or harmed.
I wonder. You see, there's people walking by. There's cars passing by. Is anybody thinking?
Well, that guy took a picture.
That guy.
So he pulled out his phone and took off. Yeah.
By the way, Tim, these are all immigrants. Okay, these aren't British guys who've been in British.
Oh yeah, of course. Only immigrants commit crime.
Only immigrants.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Oh, hey, is that who is that? What is happening? Ray. What do we got there? Is that Ray?
And remember, over here, they drive on the wrong fucking side of the road. You know what I mean? And we showed them clog wearing cunts what to do last night, didn't we?
He's quoting the Italian Job with Michael Caine.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Ray.
Thank you, Timmy. Hello, Oshin and John, is it? And Kojak?
Yeah, good evening.
That's
right. Hi, Ray.
Hey, Kojak, how are you, man? Oshin, give it to man.
What's going on, man?
All good.
Are you going to deny that wasn't you in that robbery earlier on? Ray?
Okay. Timmy, I'm going to fucking dox you, all right? You promised me. Shut the Sorry. Yeah. Timmy, you promised me.
You sure you're sober?
Rocky, I give up.
What did I say?
You promised me you wouldn't show that video of me doing that post office or credit union 12 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Actually, your roommate said you wouldn't show it, and then you go ahead and show it. You know what I mean?
That's why he's out on the Aran Islands.
Recognize you.
He's out on the Aran Islands, so they can't find him.
Yeah, I mean, you can dox me all you want. Anyone gets up as far as my gap, well done.
Yeah, they deserve it.
Yeah,
if they rob it, they've earned it.
Oh yeah, if he gets it past me, I don't even want to shoot that man because he'll only make him mad.
Never mind past you, just getting up there past the donkeys and the general terrain. You see them falling into the wormhole by accident in the middle of the
Wow. Oshin, your coverage of the wormhole and how you got lost trying to get to it and you were wearing the wrong
signs. There's no signs anywhere.
Yeah, we don't
People
want to
come
let.
out from all over the world to see this phenomenon, and there's no. I was like, am I even walking in the right direction? Where is this thing? Then I get to it, and there's no safety barriers. Somebody could fall in that, and they're gone. They'll never be found ever.
Okay, would you prefer if we stopped
I wouldn't.
YouTube? Would you prefer if we stopped YouTubers going to the Cliffs of Moher, members of the Federal Society, and falling?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'm just saying it was crazy. That thing is crazy and dangerous.
The wormhole, yeah, brother. Your coverage, Ushing. Wow, yeah. Sorry,
Did you say that it was natural formation?
The natural formation looks like a
Yeah.
swimming pool.
Freaking insane! That it
It's
looks
the same
like
dimensions as a swimming. It's like 10 meters by 25.
okay. I think aliens are real.
It's aliens. It's aliens.
It's
How is it
definitely
possible
aliens. Come
that
on.
something like that was made by nature? That can't.
Okay, gentlemen, as an islander, and please respect me, and I'm not trying to scare you, but there's a clue in what I'm going to say. Octopuses, and aliens are the same thing. Now, the link between octopuses and aliens are the ocean. So who made that?
Yeah, a lot of people believe that octopuses or octopi, whatever the plural is, are
They came from space?
A result of panspermia, which is
Thank you.
like tardigrades. They may have come from somewhere else in space, because tardigrades can exist in a vacuum for years, and then it just frozen.
In a meteor. Sorry.
So it's very possible, because an octopus is I don't want to attempt octopus plural. An octopus is a very incredibly intelligent thing. I don't know. It's just a crazy formation. I know we've digressed completely. Sorry, but I just feel like people are going to wander across this and fall into it. And it's not fun. There's no way out, I don't think.
You can swim out into the ocean, and the best of luck with that.
And then come back around the other side. Oh, I see.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, but you saw the footage I got of the waves. Like, you want to be one.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you're lucky, Mother Nature decides to spit you back up. Yeah, well done. Or otherwise, we have to go down and drag you out.
Is it true that people jump into it and do competitions and stuff?
Oh my God, guys! Please, the Azores, the Wormhole, the Red Bull World Cliff Diving Championships.
They're mental. I would never.
These guys are 70 foot above the wormhole. Now, as naked ball banging young lads, we used to dive off it, and our testicles used to land in our earlobes. It was a sign of manhood on the island. These Red Bull lunatic professional athletes, and some of the competitors don't have dangly outside bits.
Here it is.
They are 70 foot on a scaffolding diving board above it.
Oh, we're looking at it right now. Tim is quick off the mark. Oh, and they've set up ladders and everything. What is wrong with these people? I swear to God, I was walking over it going, if I fall in, I will never be found, ever.
Some beautiful views.
Pushing, this is where you were.
That's exactly it. Yeah, she's
No,
right
members only. Members only. Oh, that's the diving. Sorry.
She's gonna dive into it. Look at her.
Wow.
Amazing. That's very cool.
That's insane.
Right.
When I was there, if you guys saw the video, I was there. There was no one for miles. There was no one there. I was by myself for a good hour looking for this thing. And when I came across it, I was like, oh my God, like I could be like totally swallowed up by this thing.
By the way, guys, if you haven't watched the O'Sheen's Ireland
Part 2, Ireland Part 2, yeah.
Here's the reason to go and watch it, because O'Sheen actually visits this place. It's and I know, right? Like, they put all these structures here for the diving competition, and then
they weren't there when I was
boom.
There. Nothing was there. I swear to God, I felt like I was on the moon or something. It was very, even the landscape around it is very obscure and unreal looking. It's very special.
Oh yeah, it's like a moon crater surface.
It feels like that, yeah. Moon with water, yeah. Very odd.
Well, they do call it. It's a peninsula of the Burn, Oisin, which is all limestone as well. It's the Burn, the Arran. They're all limestone. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what gives it that landscape. Sorry. Continue.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's freaking.
They could shoot movies there. They
wild.
could shoot. I know they shot Star Wars, one of the new Star Wars, down at Skellig Michael down off Dingle. But
Yes,
shit, why haven't what? Like, I'm waiting for Dune Part 3 to be set on Inishmore.
Oh my God!
They don't
yeah,
need
I
any.
mean,
They don't have to spend any money. It's already there. Just
You
put
could
the
shoot.
actors there.
You could shoot Game of Thrones there.
But they did up north.
It's such a strange environment. Look at
Oisin was correct with Skelligs, and plus in Doolin, just down from Doolin, they shot 2 locations on the west coast: Skelligs Rocks and a bit of Doolin. Wow. Is that your footage, Oisin?
That's me there. That's when I finally wandered the right direction, and I came across. Look, there's no one.
Like, look at this. It doesn't look like this competition was even here, right?
Yeah, I mean these guys. It
looks like it was cut with a giant space laser.
It
Just-
does. It does, because it's
Right?
a perfect rectangle. It's honestly, it's not exactly perfect. If you give it a minute, I launched my drone up so you see the actual shape of it. The drone footage comes up in a second, so you'll actually see what it actually is shaped like. I don't know if it seems extremely unlikely that that's a natural occurrence, but fuck me, I don't know, man.
Sorry, no disrespect, Kojak, but this is a bit more important to me than road traffic. I'm sorry, but honestly,
Kojak is in Greece.
I don't care. I've seen cars on roads. Okay, I gave you a clue earlier. Okay, aliens.
Let's look at. Why don't we look at some sweaters instead, right? Fascinating stuff.
100%, whatever you said. It's aliens. Okay, octopi. Sorry.
By the
clarify
way,
that.
Sean,
As a
welcome to the
marine
show.
biologist- Oh, shit. I have to go get dressed. Oh no, I'm not on camera. It's okay.
Something's going on with your microphone, Ray. Try
Sorry.
rebooting. Okay.
No,
Sorry.
if I pick it up, if I hold it.
So it turns out the plural of octopus is either octopuses or octopi. Both are acceptable. Now I feel
Correct.
better.
Or when I give talks, I just say octopuses. It's a James Bond slash.
It's a James Bond
Yeah.
reference. No, wait.
Octopuses.
Was the
No,
comedy
sorry.
version.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm not on camera, but even off camera, I'm gonna go on and put on a handmade top because the walking, talking.
Look at the water. Look how violent it is. There's no way you're swimming out of that.
Yeah,
And that was
right.
in the
Like,
summer, guys.
There's a guy this weekend, guys. Sorry, there's a guy this weekend for charity. He's swimming. He's circumnavigating around the island.
Unbelievable.
oh wow.
Okay.
Like
Men made of steel. I don't know how they
unassisted.
do it.
It's just hands. and feet?
Where we are the safety crew, and there is a safety crew. Sorry, we'll have the safety crews and stuff, but it's not in a wetsuit. It's in a pair of togs, a skull cap, and goggles.
Wow.
Okay, he's an
Freestyle.
experienced swimmer. This gentleman, he's done the English Channel. But once you go Oisin, where you are now, that's the next stop after that is America. Okay.
Yes.
So once he gets to the west of the island, on the east of the island, he's in the fucking Galway Bay. He's like talking to dolphins and dodging jellyfish. Once he goes around the point, he's dodging great white sharks, ghost nets, fucking sorry. Anyway, continue, gentlemen. Sean, take over, sir.
How you doing, gentlemen? Something funny. I'm helping the guys to catch up on this inventory entries, and I'm listening to the stream. And then you guys were talking about, Oisin was making a great point about, have you ever been in a fight? So I happened to be once in a fight many, many, many years ago while I was in college. It was the three of us against 8 guys. One of them was a driver, sat in the car, and so it was 7 of us, 7 of them against 3 of us. So I put in a comment in the chat, and I hit it, and I realized I'm 59 minutes behind you guys. So I just. So in case you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, that's what it is.
That's the beauty of a live show.
So yeah, Ocean is absolutely right. You know, when you're younger, you're hot-headed. You think you can take on the world. And I used to be in high school. I was a co-captain of the wrestling team. So played lacrosse. So I thought I'm a tough guy. So
yeah,
we were in Westwood, and there were these college kids. We are college kids. They're from UCLA. We're from another school. And then that's when there was a lot of traffic, and it was cruise night, Saturday night. So I get into a brawl with one of the loudmouths in the car next to us that had pulled up. So, anyways, I get into it with the guy. I get the guy good, and actually, I hit him so good that actually I stripped my knuckle by catching his feet.
Oh yeah,
going up. He was a little bit taller than I.
That's so typical. That's so typical.
And then so.
Hey, sorry for interrupting, Sean. As a grown up, were you wearing a watch?
I always wore a watch.
Omega.
But I was smart enough to toss my glasses in before I went out there, right? So him and I are going, and guys, all of a sudden, I feel a sharp pain behind me, and I was wearing a thick rugby shirt on. Later on, I found holes in the back. I still have probably, right around my left love handle, I still have the mark. They took, 2 of them had these thick cables with the metal, the wires sticking out, and they were beating the shit out of me. So I went from aggressive to... and your energy level just starts draining fast. So I went into survival mode, and all I did was I just grabbed the guy that was beating him, and I just grabbed him, and I stuck my head in his stomach because they were keep punching me and everything. And as I fell down more, these guys were kicking me and all that, and I just heard somebody say, "Police, police." So they get up, and this guy's trying to go. So I felt like this guy's about to lose this guy, so I just threw a blind punch as I was getting up on my knee, and I got him in the gut. So the guy stumbled, and then he got up, started running. So I get up, and how stupid am I? I'm chasing their car, kicking and punching their car, telling them, "I'm not done with you, come on back." And then, guys, I just black out. So I'll tell you what happened. So there were 3 of these guys against me. My cousin and my buddy were fighting the other 2 guys. They're saying, and then they got beat up too. So apparently, when somebody said police, and I had got up, my cousin told me one of these guys from behind, he went up and he came down with his elbow like this on my head. Just jumped up and came down. And when he came down, I just blacked out. I just fell on the ground. So I got up, and then I took the bat. I took a fishing knife that I had, and I took the chain out of my trunk, and I'm out there driving around looking for their car. How crazy is that?
You don't know how long you were down. Last time I was knocked out was in New York, and a guy came right in my face, got me square in the middle of the face. I went down, then I got up and went, "Come on, motherfucker, you got me out," because it was completely surprise attack. It came out of nowhere. And everyone started laughing because apparently I was down for 2 minutes, but I didn't know. So I got up looking for him. They're like, "He's gone ages ago. What the fuck?" But to me, in my mind, I was like, I was only down for a couple of seconds because I was completely out. I mean, your kneecaps go out because and your trousers get ripped at the knees because you fall down like a dummy, like dead weight, and Yeah, some of his knuckle skin was between my two front teeth as well. I pulled it out like that.
Oh no.
Yeah, but yeah, I made an idiot of myself because I was like, "Where the fuck are you?" And they're like, "He fucking bailed ages ago." Like, what the hell? I was like, I had no idea. I was down on the ground. I was out for the count. You know, if you get a serious whack to the head, you're gone.
They're like,
You see
sir,
I was
sir,
gone.
You're at the police station. He's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. So then after we drove around, I'm a knucklehead, right? And and my cousin was a couple of years younger than me, and what was that, like 19, and he was 17, and my buddy was about my age. So he's got beat up so bad, he got black eye. He didn't want to go home. So I called my aunt and I say, "Hey, listen, so and so, we're out. Is it okay?" Guys, we pulled up to this diner. We pull up to this diner in just before Santa Monica called Uncle John's, I think, something like that. It's no longer there. And we pull in. It was like a nicer diner. And all of a sudden, we see everybody's looking at us weird. I knew we just looked like we got our asses kicked when we walked away from a war zone. So we sat, and people were just looking at us. When I got home, I realized that my back was all bloody, and I had holes in my rugby shirt because of the cable beating.
What is this?
And
what is that? Like,
it was, like the
Tim.
electrical
Get
cables.
into the mic, Tim. Get into the mic, Tim.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was
You have
my
noise
audio.
reduction on.
So they had these thick cables, I guess. The ones that I guess they lay on the ground or whatever. I don't know. But so they beat me with that, and the tail end of it, I guess the wires come out, and that's how it ripped into my shirt, and it cut me on the left side bad. So, anyways, it was a lesson. It was a
You
lesson.
should have done
man.
some Persian Iranian stuff on them and fucking.
Wow, we don't
scare the shit.
we don't have jujitsus and stuff. We do wrestling and weightlifting. That's what Iranians were good in.
I know, but you know how the West sees Iranians. They're terrified of them. You should have been like, the Ayatollah is coming after you now. And
it was as a matter of fact, it was right after the hostage situation. So. So the kids would sing "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Bomb Iran" and all that's like Barbara Ann. They would sing it as if it's "Bomb, Bomb Iran." So, anyways, I just wanted to jump on and say that, and I'll jump off. It was good talking to you guys. Enjoy listening to you.
Sean, before you leave, did you feel that being?
I can't hear you, Tim. Something up with your audio.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
a little bit better.
Maybe it's Sean's just so loud. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what happened. Okay. Sean, did something? Oh, I can see here. Yeah, it changed. Okay.
There you go. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Sean, did the fight change you? Did being in that fight change you somehow? Like fundamentally on a human level? Did it I don't know. Machine mentioned it.
At that time, because I think I was just too young, I don't think I was mature enough to realize it. It's just that it freaked me out that I blacked out. I've never blacked out before.
Yes.
Later on, when we would be talking about this with my friend, or later on my cousin, when he had kids, we would be talking, the kids would be laughing about it, obviously. But as I grew, I'm like, what a knucklehead I was. I'm out there chasing them. And I'm trying to find these guys, and I could have gotten myself and these guys into bigger trouble. And I was just a hothead. I mean, I just, you learn. You learn.
You learn, and maybe it also makes you understand kids and teenagers more.
Yeah, and I can tell you, can tell you this: when you mature, you start thinking about, hey, it's not worth it. There are certain things that are worth it, but they're very rare. Most of the stuff is not worth it, and it's always best to de-escalate. Now, you can say your piece, you can say something you want to do. If somebody cuts you off or whatever. As a matter of fact, this happened at the airport in LAX when I was flying out, because there was this guy in front of us that stopped at the clear booth before you go into to the customs area, in the clear booth, and the guy was from Middle East, and there was this gentleman. Not that there's anything, this gentleman happens to sound like he was German, but not, this is nothing about Germans. Just that I'm going to give you the picture.
Yeah.
And he was very rude to this guy, and to the point that I had to butt in. This guy, it looked like he was a tourist. He didn't speak English very well.
Yeah.
He had a hard time with something, and this guy, and I said, "Hey, man, he told you he's sorry," and it's none of your business. I said, and I told him, I said, when you start acting like a jerk in front of me, you're that close, it becomes my business.
Right.
And then the guy later on, the guy at the clear said, "Hey, we really appreciate it," because then it was my time. He says, "Hey, I saw what happened. The guy was out of line," and then, oh, by the way, the guy that was in front, he was rude. That guy got done. The guy in front of me got done. As he's going in and he passed the line with his girlfriend, he turns around and he says, excuse my language, everybody. He goes, "Fuck you." And I turn around. I said, "Really? I'll fuck you upside down, inside out, you PUSSY. Come on back."
I'm telling you, you should have done Allahu Akbar as well. Just like put the shits up and they'll be like, "Oh my God, this guy's got a grenade."
And then there's security. Then security's like, and he goes, "Go." And then the guy goes, "Just keep on." And then the guy just looked at me and kept on going forward. But fucking idiot. Anyways, it's just that he was being a jerk to this guy, and the guy is just, "I'm sorry, sir," and he, and the guy was just hammering him. And so, anyways, but you learn to de-escalate. Although I failed just 2 months ago trying to de-escalate, I escalated things. But
it goes to show you how
just
irrational people are, man. Even like at a place like an airport, like, is that really the place to act up? Is an airport? And that guy, his common sense his common sense evaporated.
It hit something. It hit my nerve.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw, because the guy, I didn't say anything, but the guy said a couple of times, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir." And the guy just kept on hammering him. And I'm like, "Oh, hold on a second."
It's actually good that you stepped in, because you allowed the situation to calm down, because you never know. I mean, the guy could keep pushing it, and he might do something, but he might push the guy. He might yell at him, then not like the reaction, then try to push him, and then the guy could fall, hit some corner or something. You never know what happens.
Yeah.
And by trying to de-escalate it, that was perfect. And then when everything is calm, and when there's no chance, then you can raise it up a little bit.
You want to hear something funny? When
Give
I'm
him
in
a little bit taste
like
of his
that,
own medicine.
So I'm fairly well-spoken Irishman. People think I went to an Ivy League school and stuff. That's not true at all. I come from a very rough part of Dublin, North Dublin, right? Any North Dubliners watching will get a laugh, will get a kick out of this. When I'm in situations like that, I go back to a primitive, old, young me, right? And the accent comes out. Like, you guys can hear an Irish accent, but it's nothing close to other. If you heard lads from around my area growing up, like, you hear it sometimes with Elton and different people, you'll hear their accent a lot stronger. Mine is, for want of a better phrase, sounds a little posh in comparison to them. But when I'm in those situations, like, I turn into a fucking, like, a street thug, and I get really, like, the Irish accent and the Irish way of yelling all comes out. I sound like a totally different. It's probably like some guy.
Sorry for interjection. Oisin, will we do a payroll?
You what?
Will we do a payroll?
A payroll.
A payroll at a bus stop or outside a chip shop in Dublin.
Right.
So to express what it's audibly like for the boy.
No, but I get very. You want me to play the role right now?
Sorry.
Basically, it's just funny because you resort to this old. I don't know if anybody knows computers, but there's random access memory, RAM, and then there's read-only memory, ROM. which is the very
Yes.
primitive shit that the computer needs when you turn it on to get its instructions to go find all its information. Every time you turn on a computer, it relearns everything that it has to learn all of a sudden, right? But when you turn it on, it's the most primitive creature. That's what happens. I go back to my ROM and I turn. You wouldn't recognize me. I'm like, go, you fucking break you fucking break your head. I sound like the dirtiest, like sewer scum from Dublin. You know, it's just all the shit disappears and all the whatever pseudo intellectual lushy just goes out the window, and I sound like a muck savage from the north side of Dublin, just ready to rob a bank. That's what I sound like. It's really bad.
Yeah, and you know, afterwards when you reflect on it, a lot of times you're like, why the heck you're like embarrassed of your behavior, because you don't see yourself, like John said, you assume you see yourself as a rational human being, and when you act crazy and out of control, then you reflect back, and it spooks you, right? If my wife was in airport with me, I would not dare act like that, because she has stopped me in the past, and I had to promise to check myself, because I used to be really a hothead, but I guess it's part of growing up. No matter how old you are, you're still going to continue growing up. But by the way, Ray, I just read your comment, your super chat. You want to read the super chat?
Ray, thank you so much for 20 euros. Sorry, Sean, you lost me at my love handles. Sean had love handles.
I still do.
When I found out.
Well, now I have them. Back then I didn't.
Whoa, I've been hacked. In my defense, I've been hacked. That is not me.
That Evil Knievel never rode. Sean had love handles. Never meet your heroes.
That's hilarious. All right, guys. It was great chatting. Oh, Kojak is on.
He's in Greece right now. Can you turn on the camera for us one more time?
No, I'm back.
Kojak, I miss you, man. Haven't seen you in a long time. All right, guys. It was great chatting with you as always. John, it was great being on the same panel with you. Sorry for breaking up the conversation. Guys.
As I said earlier, you remind me that I don't know how to dress, so it's a pleasure.
I remember that chat that you had sent. Very kind of you. Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Sean, before you go, you go.
Yes.
I want to tell you this true story.
Oh,
okay.
You so remind me.
This is so Irish. Like, I'm on my way out, and the Ray's starting on the 17th.
Let's just have one more, guys. One more drink.
One more.
This is so complimentary.
That's so fucking Irish. Just before you go, let me tell you an old story of years ago. Sorry.
I'll make it quick. One more pint.
Hold on, put the kettle on. Okay, Sean, we went to the Chris Eubanks and the Steve Collins fight in Cork back in the day.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Steve Collins, he was an American gangster Irish type boss and came back to take on the legendary Christopher Eubanks, okay, here in Ireland. Now, we were at the gig. There was 8,000 in the crowd. 7,900 subtract 8 from 8,000. There was 8 of us supporting Chris Eubanks. The rest of the kumquats were following Steve Collins, even though they knew nothing about boxing. And I was fairly connected back in the day. We were ringside, me and my crew, and there were some vacant seats in front of us. And all the pre-boxing, all the pre-fights, all the pre-shows had all finished. The boys were about to enter, Mr. Eubanks and Mr. Collins. And the next thing, 8 guys in the monkey suits, sticky bows, black jackets, earpieces, sunglasses, Secret Service, with one Persian gentleman in his native dress.
Hmm.
And they meandered. I've never meandered myself, but they meandered right up ringside and sat in front of us.
Okay.
2 monsters in front of us, 2 in the front, and 1 left and right. You remember that one to me? There's no fourth left in the battle. There's no stars. Stars are always right. So they're looking around, checking the earpieces. There's a Persian gentleman in the middle, and he is you. He was you.
What?
It was Sean, okay?
What?
And then
No.
just as the bell rang, Top Guard security ran in and fucking encircled them and rumbled them. There were a bunch of lads on a stag night, and they bluffed their way in on ringside. And they got kicked out. They drank in the bar, and everybody came out and paid for drinks for the rest of the night. But it was Sean they were protecting. I swear to God, I never lie on land.
And that, my
Huh.
friends, is the most Irish thing you'll ever.
You just heard an Irish story. They're complicated. There's twists and turns.
They never lie on lads.
I'm gonna listen to this again during the replay.
Sean, go do your thing. Go do your thing. It's okay. You're such a gentleman. You were on
You have to listen a couple of times. Ray, love you, buddy.
I'm the equivalent of going, come on, Ray, it's time to go home. Come on, you've had too many. Lads, you know.
Can we have a definition of meandering again? Because
there's always the guy. There's always the guy trying to force the guy in the cab, and there's always the guy fighting that guy.
Right. One more thing, come on. Sean, thanks for joining.
No, thank you guys. That was I'm still thinking about that. I'll continue thinking about it. Thank you, Raider, for sharing that with us.
It again.
All the best to you guys. Take care. Good night. Bye bye.
Take care, Sean.
Bro. Good night.
There's a breathing system happening. I can hear it. There's like a. Oh, it's gone now. I was like
that might have been Sean.
Oh, that might have been Sean. It was some sort of weird
Might have been
air
Sean's,
happening.
Sean's suit has a life of its own.
Yeah. You having fun, John?
Yeah, man.
You didn't know what you were getting roped into here. The boys.
This is. I just wandered into a bar and just, hey, have a seat, grab a stool. That's great.
By the way, Oisin, John, and Timmy, I don't know if you're aware, Elton was in Galway at a casino first. He did the first Casino Royale on Timmy's show recently.
That's right.
Yeah, we had after the show had finished, and Steph and Elton were chatting, and while we were talking, he was rapping.
Yeah,
as in rapping.
He's good,
dude. When I saw Elton in Geneva, not the last time because we missed each other. It's a long story. But the time before, the year before, we went out to a club, and next thing, Elton is behind the bar. rapping with a microphone behind the bar, helping girls serve drinks and doing the whole West Side, because he does the whole West Side thing with his hands, you know. And he's rapping all the lyrics. He's like a celebrity. I think people came into the bar thinking, "Is this entertainment for the evening?" It's like Elton was like, he's unstoppable.
The staff are
Guy's
confused.
mental.
They're like, "Does this guy work here?"
Yeah. So we had a big we had a big day planned, right? And he was like, "Wow, what a great night!" And number 26, man, Lord, with no passport, right? You plan the day, we fucking do it all, right?
He was so confident. He asked me, "Hey, should I keep playing?" And I said, "No. I think you already won," because he won like $600 in the first 5 minutes. I was like, "No, $600. It's like a lot of money." And he's like, "No, let's win the house." I'm like, "Oh, fuck it, all right, let's do it." And he kept going until he won like $7,000.
Yeah. Once
Fucking
Evergrande, he
wild.
threw all the money at the camera and it fell all over the floor. The guy's
No, they're counting the money in the corner, throwing that upside down.
Well, it's an easy way to get robbed, but somehow Elton has never been in any kind of situation, right? Even though he kind of wears his watches and jewelry really loose.
the clue's in his handle.
No, listen,
The clue
he
is in
carries
his
it.
handle. Just read his handle.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I got a
You guys
phone
don't know
call.
who Elton is.
Lord.
So there was swimming with seals, and there was wormhole diving, and oh shit, man! I had basking sharks lined up for us. I got a phone call at 9:30 a.m. How's it going? Yeah, listen, feeling a bit guilty. I'm on bleeding. I'm fucking heading back home. Sorry, that's dub. I got a phone call at 9:30 in the morning. Sorry, Ray, ain't making it. Owe you a bottle of Barello. Missing the kids. And I was like, oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, he's gonna sort you out with a bottle on my behalf.
No, yeah, no, but it was just he realised, fucking hell, man, Galway is the graveyard of desire. You know, so just like go in, enjoy it, and get the fuck out.
Good town. It's good town.
Yeah. Sorry, gents, go ahead. Sorry, John. Sorry, John.
No, this is actually making me want to hang out with everybody in real life. I might be going to Watches and Wonders next year just to get in on these shenanigans, or unless if she comes to New York.
Yeah, John, come over here, John. We still waterboard.
Well, John, if you get a chance, you need to hear Elton's story from Watches and Wonders. What a freaking mystery of a lifetime. I need to talk about about that more.
Yeah, that was the last one. Oh yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Dude, the Watches and Wonders was fucking mental, bro.
Yeah, everything that was going on behind the scenes was pretty. I have to say, it was pretty crazy.
Yo, the behind the scenes at Watches and Wonders were fucking twisted, man.
Well, this will be great because I'll be in a country where I have no jurisdiction or legal obligation to do anything, so I can just enjoy the show.
You can hang loose, man.
I can just be
get in lots of trouble. You can come over to Ireland. I can introduce you to Galway girls or Dublin girls.
Yeah, I watched those videos. I'd get in a lot of trouble in Ireland.
Yeah. They're lovely.
That's the problem.
They're all lovely.
Watches and Wonders, I think people are already starting to buy hotels, but how do they know when the dates are? Did they come up with the dates? Let's see here. Watches and Wonders 2025.
We don't have a problem, Tim, because we have Josh, my friend, lives in Geneva. We'll probably get a hookup.
Oh, okay.
Remember the guy we had cigars with?
Yeah.
Legend. That guy's a legend. I hung out with him the whole time.
He can help us out. He's a
in Florence.
Cool guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's from Florence, but he has a hookup.
No, he's not from Florence. He's actually originally from Scotland. But he's very well to do, you know. There's a guy who's, you know, Cambridge educated, but you know,
it's already out.
He's a lot of fun.
It's already.
Oh wow, look at that!
Holy fuck, we got the dates.
We got
April
the dates
1st
already.
to 7. There you go, 7 days. I guess they're gonna do it just like last time with the 3 days for public. Let's see how the calendar looks on those dates. April 1st falls on a Tuesday, and 7 falls on a Monday. So there you go. If you want to go,
Same again.
Yeah.
You stay for the weekend and fly home.
Right, and the weekend is the public. The weekdays are if you're invited by a brand.
Now you were actually invited by.
I got a pass from a brand, but it was only for the weekdays. It wasn't good for the weekend. And you know who sorted me out a pass last minute? Just finagled one with his silver tongue. Elton. Elton goes, no worries, man. I got it all sorted for you. No worries.
How?
You know what I mean?
That's
don't
crazy.
know. But I got to the thing, and my pass didn't work from the brand. which brand was it that gave me a? I can't remember now. That space age watch that I showed one time. They gave me a pass and they invited me as like, oh, whatever. And it wouldn't work for the weekend. I found out last minute because remember I came like madly late. I came at the last minute kind of thing, and I was like, "Elton, are you still there?" I was like, "I don't think my pass is gonna work." I just read on the fine print that it only works for certain days, and he's like, "Ah, no worries, man. I sorted it all out. Yeah, no problem, man. Just that's Elton, you know." And,
Elton will get you laid. Elton will get you laid on the moon with an octopus. Is.
I know, and he walks out and he no, actually, in the end, next thing, like 5 minutes before I walk into the place, I'm like, this imposter syndrome I have here. I'm not going to get in, and I get this text with a fucking QR code to my phone from Elton, and I just scan it and it works.
That's crazy.
That's a good friend to have.
He's just that guy, you know.
He's got to know some kind of people up there in the Watches of Wonders, because that's you need
I don't know what he did. He may have used someone else's pass. I don't know what he did. He figured it out.
Oisin, is it true he's a love child of Elton John? Is that the connection?
It's a possibility.
Of course not.
No. Oh, okay.
I assume you're joking, but
yeah.
He's a mystery character.
Sorry, YouTube. I was joking. Big Brother's listening.
Yeah. Also, guys, check this out. There's gonna be Watches and Wonders in Shanghai. How crazy is that? It's gonna be 2024, August 28th to September 1st. What the fuck?
Wow.
Right?
Wow,
that's pretty wild. And in Geneva, meantime, there's gonna be the Geneva Watch Days, actually taking place during the same dates. They're rebel streaming each other, I guess.
Are they?
You know. Oh, Oisin, have you considered going to the Geneva Watch Days?
When is that? That's the same time, right?
Yeah.
I could come to that.
Yeah,
it's easy to get to Geneva from here.
Exactly. It's going to be August 29 to September 2nd. I'm coming in on the 28th. I'll stay till 3rd.
That's my birthday, the 3rd.
Wow.
Let's celebrate.
Maybe we can celebrate it there.
Yeah. Don't talk to yourself.
Shit.
Yeah, don't talk to yourself.
Everybody knows, because when I turned 50, I celebrated it.
Yeah.
So everybody knows.
A big hell of a party.
And maybe we'll make it like a special. I'll extend one more day. Maybe
I want to go back to that cigar lounge.
Yeah, the Leopard Lounge.
Oh, yeah.
That was good. I like that place.
Tim, do you fly out of JFK or do you fly out of Newark when you go?
JFK.
JFK.
John, what do you think? Come down to Geneva Watch Days.
I would do it, man. I've never been to one of the few European countries I've never been to, actually, Switzerland.
Fuck
so that would
yeah.
that would be a good time.
Let's go. Let's do it. To the
20th. And then hop a train with me to Milan. I see Milano, man.
We celebrate Oisin's birthday.
A couple of hours on the train.
We see shit ton of watches. We go to that steak place. Dude, I
might need to bring an extra liver.
Oh, that steak place, we're definitely going back there.
John, if you ever go drinking with the Irish, be very careful.
He's Russian. He doesn't need any lessons.
I'm Russian. So I've got
your mammy's nipples gave vodka instead of milk, I believe.
That's right.
Yeah, I was going to say, Irish, we were born with 5 livers. Okay,
yeah.
And Guinness.
The Russians were born with 10.
10, true. And if you go on the piss with the Irish and you go drinking Guinness, buy as in purchase extra toilet roll on the way home. Because they will never ever tell you in the Guinness ads or try and sync even genius conductors of the national anthems could not come up with the music That'll make what'll come out of your rear aperture.
No,
you could
come
tarmac
on.
roads with it.
What's wrong
I think
with
I'd
you?
have to pace myself, but I typically it's either vodka or tequila for me. Those are my two go-tos.
Okay.
But that's a tough thing to pace yourself with.
Yeah, Guinness
So,
has it's beautiful going in, but it's heavy duty coming out. Many a motorway was tarmacked.
Not true at all.
But this event looks like it's gonna be pretty good. Ton of watches. I think a lot of the influencers are gonna make it down there, so we could try to meet
yeah,
up
we
with
could
some
make it
people.
really uncomfortable for some people there.
Especially if Nico is there, or Roman Sharf. I think Forpy is out. He's not coming to any more watch events. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But we might see Adrian, Bark and Jack, maybe Britt Pierce is gonna make it down there.
Has
My
she
friend
ever gone to those events? Has she
Yeah.
ever gone to any of those events?
No, she kind of missed everything out. I don't understand it. She
was
only
out
went
for
to
the-
AV Augusta event. Remember that
She
when
went
when
to-
Yeah,
we were
with
there
the-
in winter.
Yeah, and she wore a big yellow fleece thing. It was so weird. It was like,
She looked like a cartoon character.
Hobie was like, dress down. Yeah, she should start going to these events because she's,
Networking.
as big as ever in the watch world.
Yeah, and there's gonna be some serious brands here. So, and Marcus is gonna be it. So maybe we could do something together as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. This is gonna be a freaking incredible time. Red Shovel's still trying to look into if he can make it down here. He's got some conflicting dates, but I'm gonna reschedule my flight to stay one more extra day. Get a hotel. This is good. This is actually where did you have a hotel, Oshin? Like somewhere in this area?
Yeah, down there. Yeah, where you're waving your mouse by the water there. Yeah, and I was also over by the event. What was it? The Hilton. Was it
The Hilton. Oh, that's
Yeah,
the Hilton
right.
is the place to stay, right?
Yeah, that was cool. Very expensive place, but everywhere in Geneva is expensive.
Yeah.
Everything there is expensive.
Yeah, except the steak place. Well, it was expensive, but not as expensive as you would think.
That was great. We're definitely going back there.
Right.
Yeah. We have to get the sister wine. Do you remember?
Yeah, get her little sister.
Her little
That's
sister, right?
The little sister.
This is the thing
had
we
one
learned
bottle.
when we were there. We got one bottle of wine. I don't know what bottle, and of Bordeaux, because everything's very French there. And then I said, "Listen, can we get another?" Because there's three lads. We went through the bottle pretty quickly, and there was a lot of steak and a lot of frites. And I was like, "Can we get the same bottle again, a second one?" And she goes, "Oh, Little Sister." And I was like, "No, it's not called Little Sister. It's called." And she goes, "No, it's the Little Sister wine. That's what we call it when you get the second bottle of the same wine. It's called."
And is that the
Little
place
Sister."
where they brought you seconds?
That's it.
Oh, that's
It
a
was-
classic.
it was
She
really
was like,
move there.
great.
lads,
There was nothing
I'm gonna
else on the
order
menu.
another one.
I
It's
love
only
that.
45 euros. I don't know about you lads, Timmy. This is only
then-
45 euros. I'm getting another one.
They just came back with the same stuff
Yeah.
again. Boom,
Yeah.
boom,
It's the
boom.
little
just like-
sister, and the second steak is the big brother. You just keep getting fed.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that's
That's
good.
awesome.
It's really
They're
cool.
like, wait, you don't have to get a second one. It comes with the second one.
Yeah, the seconds are
What?
on their way. Just relax. We're gonna fill you up. It was so good.
Fantastic.
It was so good. Such a bistro experience as well. Like, it's not fancy with candlelight or anything. It was like
Yeah.
kind of rough and ready, but very
Yeah.
cool and cool people around.
It's cool food. It's like really, really cool, good food. And by the way, the FP Joran, it might be worth it. Maybe that's what
The
we'll
dinner?
do. Yeah, FP
For
Joran.
$800 or whatever.
No, it's 300
$300 without wine.
without wine. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's where they get you.
That's where they get you.
yeah.
The hidden costs.
The food is good though. But
Really?
yeah,
Is that what you heard?
Is that
Yeah.
something you have to be
I
invited
had
to,
the
or is
pictures
that
sent
just?
to me that I can't share, but maybe I'll send them to you in private. I'll
John,
ask
we were invited to it.
Oh, so it's
By
like you
one
have
of the
to
great
be
viewers,
invited.
but we were like, once I looked at the details, I was like, I'm not gonna. I mean, 300 before wine. That's
Yeah.
ahead. That's 600 ahead after wine. Because what are
Yeah.
you gonna do? Have
Yeah.
a fine dining experience and not order a great wine? Come on. Gonna have a
Yeah.
Coca-Cola with your, you know,
Diet
Bagua. You're not gonna do it.
How was
With
the
a
food?
lemon.
How, was the food actually worth that kind
We
of
didn't
price tag?
go. We
Or are
never
you
went
paying?
in the end.
We
Did you
didn't
see any
go.
pictures from it?
But I've seen the pictures. The
Does the
pictures
food?
look good.
So the food looks like it's worth that price tag.
Yeah.
In your
Like,
opinion.
let me check something. Maybe I can forward.
Listen,
the
I
picture.
don't
might
mind
be.
spending big money on a meal. I love it. I just, at the time I was like, you know what? Not so much. And in the end, we passed it. We went down to a place around the corner. We found this steak frite place that everybody was like, you got to go there for steak frite. And it was
And
way
sometimes-
cooler. And we had two
Yeah.
bottles of gorgeous. What did we get? The Cru Bocayou? We got some crazy fucking Bordeaux, like a really high respected
picture.
Bordeaux. I can't remember. And it was, I don't know, what was it, like 90 a head or something. It wasn't even that much.
It was 200 for everything, I think.
Yeah,
Right.
and you're also paying for that. If you're paying for that atmosphere too, like how loose can you get?
Right.
Kind of in a formal
Yeah.
brand setting. You got to be
Yeah.
conscious of your presentation. There can't cut loose. And that sounds like this might be a good idea. I think we're onto something here.
You should come up. Don't like this is perfect opportunity.
You're definitely going, right, Tim?
Yeah. Oh, I'm already
already
signed
booked.
up.
Okay.
It's highly likely I'll come because getting there is so easy for me. It's like,
Yeah,
not even,
there's really for you it's a train ride. I mean, that's like
yeah. And it's a really nice train ride too. And I go through Milan and I get to see my kid. And on the way back, I like to hang in Milan. Milan's fucking electric.
yeah. It's like a different world out there compared to the US.
Yeah, the US is very, very huge and things are very, very separated. I've been in over 40 states of the US and it's magnificent. My God, everybody should travel the US. Oh yeah, it was what's the wine again?
There it is. And you can always tell a good steak place by their wedge salad.
Right, they gave us a nice salad.
That's another little detail.
We had a Saint Julien from 2017.
Saint Julien.
It was good, man.
Oh, it was so amazing. And let me show the wine was perfect. The steak was perfect. It's like it's cooked and it's with the sauce with fries. And then to end it with the cheeses, that was.
Oh yeah, we had cheese dessert. That's right. Instead of getting dessert, we got cheese. That was boss.
Oh man,
they know how to do it.
Boom.
Oh,
And
look at that! Oh, it's got the little marmalade.
jam.
Is that what is that?
And
jam?
they have
Marmalade?
bread.
Yes, jam. Yeah.
Raspberry jam or something.
And it goes clockwise. So you start at one side and you move around. The more you turn right, the sharper it gets. That's how it works.
I tell you what, man, the French, they know how to do cuisine.
Oh, they do, yeah. Listen, I mean, I've issues with the French as people, but their wine and their cheese is better than anyone's in the world.
Yeah, they've been doing it. They've been doing it the best and arguably the longest, especially with wine.
Yeah. Look, there's the steak frite. Now you get two of those, so you have one. And you keep drinking wine, and then they bring you a whole second one.
That's like 42 ounces of steak.
Yo.
That's actually pretty good for 90 euros. I mean, one of those in New York would probably cost you $90 for the meal.
What was the bill in the end?
It's $200.
But for all three of us.
I think it was for everybody. It was $200. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jesus, that's
This is 45 euros per person, and then
probably eat dinner there every night.
2 bottles of wine were like $50 each.
Yeah, if I lived in Geneva,
Yeah,
I'd be
that's
there
beautiful.
every night.
Yeah, that'd be my
I'd be
place.
part of the furniture. I'd be at the end of the bar. They'd be like, "Oh God, he's back again." All right, fellas, I'm splitting out of here. It was
Hey,
good.
Shane.
Good chat.
Good chat, man. I'm gonna head out in a little bit too
chatting.
here. It's almost 9 o'clock
So-
here on the East Coast. So
Think about
see you, Ray
the
Ray.
dates.
Okay, yeah, Oisin, yeah, good night. Thanks for having
One
me,
more thing,
guys.
Oisin. I want to tell you a story, Oisin.
one more story.
Come on, do it.
One more
do
story.
Get out.
it. Let me just tell you one more story.
Hold on now. Did you hear about your man, lads, with the 2 thumbs? Right?
Kojak.
Hold on, I put the kettle on.
Still
Hold
there,
on, I
Kojak.
put the. Hold on, I put the kettle on.
I'm just fascinated by Ray Ray's ceiling. That's all.
I know.
Sorry, Kojak. Sorry. At least I'm not on a fucking boat. So listen, I put the kettle on, Oisin. You head into bed there. Okay. So anyway, lads, Tommy 2 thumbs, right?
God, he is
Now-
doing a story. Jesus.
What have you done, Oisin?
Can you mute? Just mute him. Mute him.
Just mute. Just kick him off.
I'll just do an Irish goodbye and just sign off.
That's what I should have done. But that's
Even the
the
best-
easy way
even
out.
the best-
By the way, that's where it comes from.
That's
where
right.
the Irish because there's
the
no
next time-
easy way out. Because the
I
minute
just-
you say you're on your way out, they grab you for another pint.
And
or
this
they
is
tell you
also the
another-
pressure. But see, this
The
is
next-
also like a hostage situation right now because I don't want to leave Tim alone. So
No. Listen, we did 4 hours. I'm gonna run another 6 minutes. And I'm gonna wrap it up. So
all right.
I'm
well,
not gonna keep
if
anybody.
that's the case,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take off. Thanks everybody. Thanks Tim for
Look-
having me. Hope people can at least rewind and go back and listen to some of the stuff. So, and hopefully see you guys in Geneva.
Thanks for the advice, John.
All right, fellas. Have a good night,
God
everybody.
bless you.
Take care.
God bless you, sir.
Kojak, I just want to say good night once more, and best of luck in the finals, brother.
Thank you very much, Oisin. And next time I'll tell you what happened at Geneva with the bar and the lady. But,
Oh yes, yeah. Let me know all about that. I'm very curious. And we don't know who you're up against in the finals yet, right?
Is this X Factor? Is this
It's
X
who?
Factor?
Ray, shut up for a sec.
Okay.
Spain beats
Spain and Britain. Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait for it. It's Saturday, right?
You think I'd know, but I don't. I didn't. I guess I didn't
Saturday
want
or
to.
Sunday? It's Saturday or
It's
Sunday.
it's the weekend. It's going to be the weekend.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So Thanks, buddy.
I have to say I'm very impressed always with you because within 30 seconds of you speaking tonight, you quoted Peter Gabriel. This guy, I love him. Comes in with a fucking Peter Gabriel quote. How much better can you be? Already a Burglars fan and a Peter Gabriel fan. My God.
Kojak.
We're brothers from another mother, my friend.
Sorry, Oisin. Can I ask, as an insider, so to speak? Sorry,
Oh,
mate.
Jesus, I was speaking to an Englishman, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I know. In part two, in the soundtrack, did you use Peter Gabriel?
Lots of Peter Gabriel, yes. Lots of Peter
Thank you. Continue. Thank you.
Oisin.
Yes.
What's your favorite Peter Gabriel song or era?
Song or album? Oh, that's a rough one, but I might choose. It's impossible, but I might choose Peter Gabriel 4. San Jacinto. San Jacinto. Yeah. I mean, when he did that live in Radio City Hall with the orchestra, it was very hard for a big burly Irishman not to cry. That was a very emotional night. You know, I'll tell you a quick story. I'll do a Ray. Let me tell you a quick story with 17 verses.
Okay, fair enough. I get the fucking
There once
message.
was a man who lived on a hill. So I went to that concert and I met my friends before it, and they were in different seats. And I said, I'll see you after, we'll go to dinner. So we go into Radio City Music Hall, and Peter Gabriel was doing the thing with the orchestra. And we didn't know what to expect. And he did Scratch My Back, that album that he did with the orchestra. And then he did his own songs. And there was a journalist next to me who was very cold, and he was writing things writing down things. He had a pen with a torch on it, you know, so he could write notes. He was clearly working for a music magazine. And there was a bunch of bros in front of me, and they were saying things like, "Oh man, this is fucking great. We're so glad you brought us to this guy. What's his name again?" You know, and the guy at the end is like, "His name is Peter Gabriel. He used to be in Genesis. Shut up and listen." You know, and they're like, "This is so cool. We thought this would be super shit, but it's actually really great." The end of the show, all of them were in tears. The guy next to me, the journalist, was huddled over in an almost fetal position. I had to jump over him to get out of the aisle. And when I met my friends across the street, which was our meeting point afterwards, it was a couple, and he looks at me and she's in tears. She's in his chest like this, and he goes, "We have to go home. Sorry, like we've got to cancel dinner." That's how emotional that show was. It was amazing. It took us to every man in that room was a little boy at the end of that concert. It changed my life. That was 2010, I think. It was Peter Gabriel with the full orchestra. When he did Santa Santa, which was one of my favorite songs of all time, I was like, I ran to the bar. I was like, "Can I have a triple vodka with cranberry juice, please?" Because I need to, because my heart is about to jump out of my chest. It was absolutely amazing. What's your favorite? Just before I go, what's your favorite Peter Gabriel?
I mean, I came from it from the other end. So I came from it from, you know, when he had done his 5th album, and then I started going through his back catalogue. And I can't actually. I mean, whenever I listen to him, it makes me tear up sometimes. What's that one?
Before you ask, mine was Games Without Frontiers. I did cry as well. Games Without Frontiers.
Yeah. What's the one? He goes. I can't remember the name, but it's got the Dreamers in it, or like Dreamers We're coming tonight, or something like that. I can't remember the bloody name. I'm really sorry, Yoshi. I've let you down.
It's okay, man. Dreams will come into the night. I'm trying to think. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, maybe it's on Soul. Soul was like his biggest record, right? So that had In Your Eyes, and it had Sledgehammer, which of course is a big radio hit.
That was when I started getting into it, and then it was like working backwards. Because I was a massive Pink Floyd, so prog rock, that sort of era was my bag. And just, you know, because I grew up when I was listening to Phil Collins in Genesis, and I'm going, what the hell is this? I mean, it's okay, it's not nothing special. And just to know that Peter Gabriel once used to front that band, you go like, wow, what a slight diversion, shall we say? But
the Phil Collins stuff is great. We love him, and they got bigger. They got bigger, and they did Wembley in 1987. That's monumental. But man, the Peter Gabriel Genesis. When I meet a person, it's like when you see the watch and you go, "Oh my God, you're wearing that watch," and you give the guy the nod because he knows what you know. When you meet a dude who knows Peter Gabriel Genesis, there's respect. Respect. All right, I'm out of here. Go listen to San Jacinto. Listen, there's a story behind San Jacinto very quickly. It's when they inaugurate men in the Indian culture in the United States. They drug them up and send them up into a mountain called San Jacinto, where they get bitten by snakes and all of this kind of stuff. And he has if he comes down alive, he's a real man. And the mountain is called San Jacinto. Listen to the song; it will change your life. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Thank you, Oisin. Thank you. So anyway, Tommy with 2 thumbs, right? So Tommy 2 thumbs. He was the best hitchhiker in Ireland for 400 years.
Oh, the best hitchhiker? So he was traveling around Ireland hitchhiking in cars, in people's cars? Everybody knew him?
Well, back in the day, there weren't cars, Timmy. There were horse and carts.
Oh, horse and carts. Okay.
Yeah.
He was hitchhiking horse and buggies?
Yeah, but I'm amazed that you're questioning the transport and the fact that he had 2 thumbs didn't come into it.
What do you mean?
He had 2 thumbs on each hand.
Oh, he had 2 thumbs. Oh, was that what made him so proficient?
Well, that's legendary. Legend has it he had 4 thumbs
in total.
Yeah, I only saw one hand.
Oh, you know, actually, I saw we had somebody, you know, who had like an extra finger. I saw somebody with an extra finger in their hand. Pretty wild.
Why would the number of thumbs actually improve his proficiency as a hitchhiker? Because you're traveling at speed.
I don't get
You know, anyone driving past might say, "Is he sticking two fingers up at me?" Or is it, "Oh, that's got a guy got two thumbs"? I don't understand.
Also, is that how they were hitchhiking back in the day? They were sticking out a thought
Unless it was a massive thumb.
Massive, big. You can see from far away.
Yeah, I mean, like it's quite big with that.
Kojak, sorry, brother, your microphone. Sorry. It's usually me that gets given out to. Huh. I'm a thousandaire now. Your microphone, Kojak.
Can't hear you, Ray.
It's a thousandaire. Ray is a thousandaire, guys. All right, let's play this outro. It's a good show today. Good show. Gotta be careful with your watches, right? Ray.
Yes, sir.
We need to improve the security of your wristwatch collection. I don't want your house on the rock getting burgled.
Jesus, Timmy. No. They're not going to get as far as my house.
Okay.
Before you roll out the outro, did you see that Roman Shah posted a video saying that he was almost a victim of watch crime in London recently?
We're gonna watch it tomorrow. We'll save it for tomorrow. It's gonna be a great episode.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll dissect that video from beginning to the end. Can you join us for that episode? It's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'll see if I can. Yeah, I'm on holiday.
Hey, is Alan okay? Did you talk to Alan?
He's not here with me. That's what you're asking.
I know. No, I know he's not with you. But did you talk to him on the phone? Is he okay?
Yeah,
cool?
I think it's cool.
Okay, that's good. All right.
I thought you were going to talk to him.
He should just call me if he wants to talk. I don't
you
know.
Call him.
It's hard.
I'm gonna need someone to help me. I'm gonna need somebody's hand. I'm gonna need someone to hold me down. I'm gonna need someone to care. I'm gonna rise and shake my body. I'll start pulling out my hair. I'm gonna cover myself with the ashes of you, and nobody's gonna give a damn. Son of a bitch, give me a drink. One more night, I just can't fit me. Son of a bitch, if I can't get clean, I'm gonna drink my life away. Now for 17 years I've been going them back. 17 more will bury me. Can somebody please just tie me down? Oh, somebody give me a goddamn drink. Son of a bitch, give me a drink. One more night, this can't be me. Son of a bitch, if I can't get clean, I'm gonna drink my life away. My heart is breaking, hands are shaking, bugs are crawling all over me. My heart is breaking, hands are shaking, bugs are crawling all over me. My hands are breaking, hands are shaking, bugs are crawling all over me. My head was aching, my hands are shaking, bugs are crawling all over me. Son of a bitch!